Honorable members, the 10th December 2022 marks the 74th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This historic day is celebrated as Human Rights Day across the globe. The landmark document adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on this day in 1948 established for the first time universality and indivisibility of the inalienable rights that every human being is entitled to. This year's theme, dignity, freedom, and justice for all, aims to further highlight the universal commitment our nation, Bharat, has always cherished the values of liberty, equality, and justice for all as ingrained in our civilizational ethos. Series of legislative measures, executive actions, and judicial pronouncements have further reinforced our commitment to these values. It is satisfying to note that series of affirmative government interventions have exemplified new dimensions of human rights. This was amply demonstrated during our commitment to universal vaccination and food security during the COVID pandemic, not just in India, but elsewhere in the world too. Honorable members, as legislators, it is our bounden duty to strive to uphold dignity, freedom, and justice for all. On this day, I urge this august House of Elders to work towards building an ecosystem for further blossoming of the human rights. Let us rededicate ourselves to the noble ideals and principles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Papers to be laid on the table. Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti.
माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची क्रम संख्या 1 पर मेरे नाम के सामने उल्लिखित पत्र सभा पटल पर प्रस्तुत करती हूँ।
Shri Som Prakash.
Inspector sir, with your kind permission, on behalf of my colleague Srimati Anupriya Patel, I rise to lay the papers mentioned against her name at serial number 2 in the revised list of business for today.
Shri Som Prakash.
Inspector sir, with your kind permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House papers listed against my name at serial number 3 in the revised list of business for today. Thank you.
Shri Kailash Chaudhary.
माननीय सभापति जी, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की राज्यसभा की संशोधित कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के सम्मुख मद संख्या 4 पर उल्लेखित पत्र सभा पटल पर प्रस्तुत करता हूं।
Reports of the Department related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Food, Consumer Affairs and Public Distribution, Shri Satish Chandra Dubey.
धन्यवाद सर। मैं आज की कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के समक्ष यथा सूचीबद्ध खाद्य उपभोक्ता मामले और सार्वजनिक वितरण संबंधित अस्थायी समिति का 22वां और 23वां प्रतिवेदन हिंदी और अंग्रेजी का संस्करण की एक कॉपी प्रति सभा पटल पर रखता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Report of the Joint Committee on Offices of Profit, Shri Hardwar Dubey.
मान्य और आपकी अनुज्ञा से भारतीय पशु कल्याण बोर्ड AWBI के संसद सदस्यों के निर्वाचन की जांच के संबंध में लाभ के पदों संबंधी संघ समिति के 9वें प्रतिवेदन की एक प्रति अंग्रेजी और हिंदी में सभा पटल पर रखता हूँ।
Statement regarding government business Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal.
Honorable Chairman, sir, I rise to announce that government business for the week commencing Monday, the 12th December 2022 will consist of, number one, further consideration and passing of the Energy Conservation Amendment Bill 2022 as passed by Lok Sabha. Number two, consideration and passing of the following bills as passed by Lok Sabha. The New Delhi International Arbitration Center Amendment Bill 2022 and the Constitution Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribes Orders Second Amendment Bill 2022. Number three, the consideration and passing of the following bills after they are passed by Lok Sabha: the Multi-State Cooperative Society Amendment Bill 2022 and the Anti-Maritime Piracy Bill 2019. The fourth, the consideration and passing of the following bill after they are introduced. The Constitutional Scheduled Tribe Order Second Amendment Bill, the Constitutional Scheduled Tribe Order Third Amendment Bill, the Constitutional Scheduled Tribe Order Fourth Amendment Bill, the Constitutional Scheduled Tribe Order Fifth Amendment Bill 2022. Thank you, sir.
Honorable members, I have received two notices under Rule 267 for suspension of the rules. Sri K.C. Venugopal and Dr. Syed Nasir Hussain. I had the occasion to indicate to this Honorable House the parameters of seeking intervention by way of this rule. The notices are drawn are not found to be in consonance with the requirement of the rules. Matters of urgent public importance. Sir. Sir.
My submission for special measures has been disallowed on legal terms. But sir, I would plead justice from you and the House. Our national spokesman has been arrested and taken away to Gujarat. And after that, whatever be the offense, that is something that is practiced
Honorable member,
by someone.
Honorable member, may kindly take seat. Kindly take seat. Please take your seat. In this House, we dictate our actions in accordance with the procedure and rules. There is no issue which can't be raised according to rules. We must exemplify our conduct that can be emulated. I am here to assure you that expression of any nature will find vent. It cannot be in the ad hoc fashion. If an honorable member was to rise here suddenly, raise an issue, reach a conclusion that a view has been taken, that will not be very fair to the office I hold. I am available to the members every day from 10 a.m. and thereafter during the House and up to late evening hours. I would always welcome any input from the honorable members, accommodate them. If in the ballot a matter of urgency has been left out for one reason or the other, I'm open to it. I would therefore make one appeal. You are very senior people, very seasoned people. We are known as House of Elders. Let us follow rules scrupulously. I will have no difficulty of time to run the House even up to midnight. We have to reflect expression of the people, indicating their aspirations. I will take up special mentions. 0 hour, Shri Sushil Kumar Modi.
सभापति महोदय,
श्री सुशील कुमार मोदी।
सभापति महोदय, 1989 में पाक समर्थित आतंकवादियों के कारण कश्मीर से लाखों कश्मीरी हिंदुओं को, खास करके कश्मीरी पंडितों को पलायन करना पड़ा। 3 दशक से ज़्यादा हो गए वो देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में बसे हुए हैं और उनको मैसेकर, मास रेप, जेनोसाइड के दौर से गुजरना पड़ा था। इसी को ध्यान में रखकर जो डीलिमिटेशन कमीशन बना था जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए, जस्टिस रंजन देसाई की अध्यक्षता में, उन्होंने रेकमेंड किया है कि जम्मू कश्मीर की विधानसभा में कश्मीरी पंडितों के लिए 2 सीटें रिजर्व करने की उन्होंने अनुशंसा की है। इस 2 सीट में से 1 सीट महिला के लिए होगी और इन दोनों सीटों को केंद्र की सरकार नॉमिनेट करेगी और इन मेंबर्स को वही अधिकार होंगे जो पुडुचेरी असेंबली के अंदर जो 3 नॉमिनेटेड मेंबर्स को जो अधिकार हैं, वही सारे अधिकार इन नॉमिनेटेड मेंबर्स को होंगे। इसके पहले जम्मू कश्मीर की विधानसभा में 2 महिलाओं के लिए के नॉमिनेशन का प्रावधान था। साथ ही साथ जो डीलिमिटेशन कमीशन, उसने ये भी रेकमेंड किया है कि जो पाक ऑक्यूपाइड जो जम्मू कश्मीर का इलाका है, जिसकी 24 सीटें फ्रोजन कर दी गई हैं, वहाँ के भी एक व्यक्ति जो डिस्प्लेस्ड पर्सन्स हैं और जो जम्मू कश्मीर में बसे हुए हैं, उस एक व्यक्ति को नॉमिनेट करने का उन्होंने अनुशंसा किया है। सभापति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से भारत सरकार से आग्रह करूंगा कि जब डीलिमिटेशन कमीशन ने 2 कश्मीरी पंडितों और एक पाक ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर के डिस्प्लेस्ड पर्सन को नॉमिनेट करने का को रेकमेंड किया है, तो जो जेके रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन एक्ट है 2019, उसमें संशोधन कर और उस आरक्षण को लागू करने का प्रयास करें। साथ ही साथ मैं ये भी बताना चाहूँगा सदन को कि सिक्किम के अंदर जो वहाँ पर मॉनेस्ट्रीज हैं, 51 मॉनेस्ट्रीज, उनके जो मॉन्क्स और नन्स होते हैं, उनके लिए 1 सीट वहाँ पर और आरक्षित की गई है। और इसलिए मैं आपके माध्यम से ये आग्रह करूँगा कि कश्मीरी पंडितों को जितनी बड़ी त्रासदी झेलनी पड़ी है, जितना उनको अत्याचार सहना पड़ा है, वैसी स्थिति में अगर डीलिमिटेशन कमीशन ने कश्मीरी पंडितों के लिए 2 सीट रेकमेंड किया है और डिस्प्लेस पर्सन पाक ऑक्यूपाइड जम्मू कश्मीर के जो पाक ऑक्यूपाइड एरिया उसके लिए, तो भारत सरकार एक्ट में संशोधन करके उसको लागू करने का प्रयास करे ताकि जब भी जम्मू कश्मीर की असेंबली बने वो लोग उसका लाभ उठा सके। धन्यवाद।
श्री मोहम्मद नदीमल हक। Thank you. Honorable members, I have already indicated, and this may be noticed, all those who seek to associate can send their names to the table office. Shri Nadimal Haq.
Thank you, sir. Sir, rightful heirs have a hard time claiming their inherited money, usually present in the form of unclaimed bank deposits, insurance, post office funds, etc. Because the process to retrieve them is often cumbersome and different for each entity and every bank. At present, the unclaimed sum is reportedly estimated at a massive 82,025 crores. The Parliament has authorized the RBI to enact a policy or issue directions with statutory backing. However, no redressal or actionable procedures have been formulated until now. What accelerates the problem is the fact that individual banks make their own rules and demands to release these claims. For instance, they ask for probate, sureties from unrelated person, indemnities, affidavits, mandatory fixed deposits, etc. Therefore, I request the government to formulate a standard operating procedure for making effective claims and for creating a more humane system for heirs of deceased persons to claim their inheritance. In addition, a centralized online database should be developed under the control of RBI that will provide information about the deceased account holder, including their details. Sir, further, in every 9 to 12 months, bank should be asked to mandatorily inform the RBI about the inoperative or dormant bank accounts. So I end that the unclaimed public money, which is to the tune of more than 82,000 crores, in
Honorable
the end
member.
is the resource of the citizens.
Honorable member, conclude. You can't read out in 0
I'm
hour.
just concluding.
No,
sir.
you are reading
So,
out.
Okay. So what I'm saying, sir,
yes.
is
Go ahead.
this amount is the resource of the citizens, and it is the duty of the government that this resource, unclaimed money, goes back in the fulfillment of the demands and the various schemes of the citizens. Thank you very much, sir.
Sri GVL Narasimha Rao.
Thank you, Chairman, sir, for the opportunity. My 0 hour submission is about developing the city of Vizag as a major IT destination in the country, sir, and the need for central and state government support in this regard. First of all, I would like to compliment Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Minister for IT for giving a huge push to the impetus to the digital revolution in the country. So we made rapid strides. Sir, the United Andhra Pradesh developed largely on account of IT sector growth, and Visakhapatnam as a cosmopolitan city, as the city with the 9th highest GDP in the country, has the potential to emerge as a major IT destination, sir. Central government, our government has already sanctioned certain major IT institutions for the state of Andhra Pradesh and particularly Visakhapatnam. But somehow the implementation of this is lacking, sir. Expansion of the Software Technology Parks of India, STPI campus in Visakhapatnam is getting delayed because of lack of land allotment by the state government and the state university, Andhra University. In the meanwhile, I request that 30,000 square feet of space be hired to set up the STPI center as quickly as possible, because this will offer incubation services and startups can make major leap of growth in this area. We have also sanctioned, sir, central government as center of excellence in RINL in Visakhapatnam steel plant, and I would urge the Ministry of Heavy Industries also to sanction a common engineering facilities center, CEFC, which will give a huge impetus to the activities of COE, which can emerge as a major smart manufacturing facility in the state of Andhra Pradesh. I would also request establishment of fabrication laboratory, Fab Lab in Visakhapatnam, and urge both the central and state governments to work in unity to ensure that all these institutions take shape as early as possible. Also, a center for development of advanced computing center, that is CDSA in Visakhapatnam. I urge the Honorable Minister in this regard, sir. I've already met our Honorable Minister Ashwini Vaishnavji, and I'm making this public appeal to give a very special focus to Visakhapatnam and the state of Andhra Pradesh, because it can give a huge impetus to our software development and software exports. Finally, I also urge the Minister to extend the BPO, the promotion of business promotion BPO scheme for entities which have already availed this scheme, because this can create huge employment. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Sri Mohammad Abdullah.
Sir, Indian Institute of Science, Education, Research were announced in the year of 2006 and were further declared as Institute of National Importance in 2012 to promote them as a leading institute of country for science, education and research. As of date, IISERs have been established at only 7 locations in the country, which is not enough for the promotion of science, education and technology. But no such central institutions has been set up in Pudukkottai district of Tamil Nadu, which is one of the centrally located district of Tamil Nadu. Hence, it should be given an IISER institute to promote the region. The union government also has enough land available to set up the same, and the establishment of IISER in the Pudukkottai will augment the existing NIT in Tiruchirappalli, which has been saturated over the years. Sir, IISER Pudukkottai and NIT Trichy's close coordination can rapidly advance the research and development in the science sector for the benefit and development of the country, sir. So hence, I call upon the union government to open an IISER in Pudukkottai at the earliest, sir. And also, sir, We are the very first princely state which joined with India, sir. But till now, we don't get even a small benefit from the union government, sir. You should take care of us. After 75 years, I'm requesting. Thank you, sir.
Shri Jayant Chaudhary.
महोदय, बहुत भारी मन से और मजबूरी में इस विषय को यहाँ सदन में रख रहा हूँ। मैं जिक्र कर रहा हूँ 3 अक्टूबर 2021 का, जहाँ उत्तर प्रदेश के लखीमपुर में तिकनिया में आंदोलनकारियों पे पीछे से एक गाड़ी आती है और उन्हें रौंद के चली जाती है। ये ऐसी घटना है जिसे लखीमपुर नरसंहार से के नाम से पूरे देश में जिसकी चर्चा बनी और देश के किसानों को इस घटना ने झकझोर करके रख दिया। गौर करने की बात यह है कि 1 दिसंबर 2022 अभी जो शीतकालीन सत्र विधानसभा में चला है, हमारे ही दल के विधानमंडल नेता विधायक श्री राजपाल बालियान जी ने, स्टेट का सब्जेक्ट नहीं है, मुझे कंप्लीट करने दीजिए, उन्होंने मांग रखी, उन्होंने एक प्रश्न पूछा मुख्यमंत्री जी से, उन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री जी से सवाल पूछा। ये आतंकित प्रश्न की कॉपी में आपको उपलब्ध करा दूं।
Honorable members, can I make an appeal? And can I be assured that if I make something reasonable, indicate something which is in your heart, why should we jump? And why should there be interruption? So let it be both sides. If an honorable member is making something by way of a statement on the floor of this house, and it is objectionable, exceptional, should not be upright, there is a way to deal with it. I am here to take care of it. But to raise it in a chorus, this side and that side, I would expect the honorable members to conserve their energy, which is needed elsewhere, and display it as much as you can. Jayant.
धन्यवाद सभापति जी। कोई भी बात असंसदीय में नहीं करूंगा तो आपका अधिकार बनता है। अतारांकित प्रश्न मुख्यमंत्री जी से पूछा गया और ये पूछा गया कि क्या जो घायल किसान हैं उनको सरकार की तरफ से कोई सरकारी मुआवजा मिला है? क्या जो मृतक किसान थे इस घटना में उनके परिजनों को कोई सरकारी नौकरी दी गई? मैं आपके संज्ञान में लाना चाहता हूं कि खुद सरकार ने यह वादा इस घटनाक्रम के बाद वहां किसानों के बीच पहुंचकर अपने वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों को भेजकर यह वादा किया था कि 10 लाख रुपए का मुआवजा हर एक घायल को दिया जाएगा। जो 4 मृतक किसान थे उनके परिवारजनों में एक सरकारी नौकरी दी जाएगी। 1 साल बीत चुका है लेकिन अब तक सरकारी कार्रवाई इस पर कुछ हुई नहीं है। मुख्यमंत्री जी का खुद इस पर जवाब आया कि ऐसी कार्रवाई प्रदेश सरकार अब तक नहीं ले पाई। तो मैं मांग करना चाहता हूं गृह मंत्री जी से, यहाँ सदन के नेता भी मौजूद थे, इन्हें सवाल पूछना चाहिए क्योंकि बहुमत की सरकार आप ही की प्रदेश में है, उनसे जवाब मांगिए अब तक उन्होंने कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की। क्योंकि ये बात हमारी आपकी नहीं है, ये बात मैं कंक्लूड कर रहा हूं सर, ये बात हमारी आपकी नहीं है। सरकार पे जनता विश्वास क्यों करे अगर आप सरकार वादे पूरे नहीं करेगी? धन्यवाद।
श्री राघव चड्डा। श्री राघव चड्डा।
सर, श्री गुरु नानक देव जी का परम पवित्र स्थान श्री करतारपुर साहब, सर श्री गुरु नानक देव जी का परम पवित्र स्थान श्री करतारपुर साहब का लांघा जब आज से कुछ साल पहले खोला गया तो सिर्फ हम पंजाबी ही नहीं सर बल्कि पूरा देश, पूरी दुनिया बाबा नानक के रंग में रंग गई। हर नौजवान इस देश का, हर बच्चा, हर बुजुर्ग बाबा नानक के गुरु घर में जाकर, श्री करतारपुर साहब में जाकर दर्शन करना चाहता है, मत्था टेकना चाहता है और कोई भी इससे वंचित नहीं रहना चाहिए सर। बल्कि हम लोग तो एक बार नहीं बार बार जाकर वहां जाकर मत्था टेकना चाहते हैं। लेकिन 3 समस्याएं आज हर श्रद्धालु के, हर संगत के हर सदस्य को झेलनी पड़ती हैं जब वो गुरु घर जाता है, श्री करतारपुर साहब जाता है मत्था टेकने। पहली समस्या है सर पासपोर्ट की। आपको पासपोर्ट होना आपके पास अनिवार्य है। अगर पासपोर्ट नहीं है तो आप वो लांघा पार करके श्री करतारपुर साहब नहीं जा सकते, आपको इजाजत नहीं दी जाती है। मुझे लगता है कि अगर भारत सरकार पाकिस्तान की सरकार से बातचीत करे, ये मुद्दा उठाए, जब लांघा खोला ही है, जब संगत के लिए एक फैसिलिटी तैयार करी है कि वो गुरु घर में जाकर मत्था टेक सकें, दर्शन कर सकें, तो इस पासपोर्ट की जो कंडीशन है इसे वेव किया जाए। आधार कार्ड जैसे किसी भी आइडेंटिटी कार्ड को इसे वैलिड आईडी कार्ड बनाकर इस्तेमाल किया जाना चाहिए। दूसरी बड़ी समस्या यह है सर कि आज हर श्रद्धालु को $20 की फीस देनी पड़ती है। आज डॉलर वैसे ही आप जानते हैं कि 80 के पार हो चुका है। हमारी सरकार की इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसीज के चलते 80 के पार डॉलर हो गया है। अगर एक शख्स को $20 की फीस देकर दर्शन करने जाना पड़े तो 1600 रुपए से अधिक उसकी जेब से लगता है। अब मान लीजिए सर कि एक परिवार में 5 सदस्य हैं, वो हर साल जाना चाहते हैं, तो साल का एक परिवार का 8000 रुपए का खर्चा होगा। मैं सरकार से अनुरोध करता हूं कि ये $20 की जो फीस है इसे वेव किया जाए और संगत के हर सदस्य को वहां जाने की अनुमति दी जाए। और आखिरी समस्या है सर, जो रजिस्ट्रेशन का ऑनलाइन प्रोसेस है वो बड़ा मुश्किल है, कंबरसम है, उसे सरल किया जाए ताकि संगत और गुरु घर के बीच में जितनी दूरियां हैं वो मिटाई जाएं। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर।
डॉक्टर अशोक वाजपेयी।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, आपकी अनुज्ञा से मैं एक लोक महत्व का विषय सदन के संज्ञान में रखना चाहता हूं। महोदय, पिछले दिनों देखा गया है कि देश में आगजनी की घटनाएं बड़ी संख्या में बढ़ी हैं। आज चाहे एक समय था जब हम लोगों का बचपन था, गांव में जहां फूस के छप्पर हुआ करते थे, फूस के घर होते थे, आग लग जाया करती थी। खेतों खलिहानों में आग लग जाती थी, क्यों खलिहान कई महीने तक चलते थे। लेकिन अब वहां मकान पक्के हो गए, वहां पर खलिहानों में की जरूरत नहीं होती, कंपाइन मशीन आ गई, तो तत्काल किसान अपनी फसल लेकर के घर आ जाता है। लेकिन शहरों में आज जो बड़ी बड़ी अट्टालिकाएं हैं, मल्टी स्टोरीड बिल्डिंग है, उनमें आग लग रही है। मान्यवर, अभी पिछले दिनों लखनऊ में एक लवाना होटल है, उस होटल में आग लगी। जो वहां गेस्ट टिके हुए थे उनको निकलने तक का रास्ता नहीं था, कहीं जाने चली गई। सड़क पर चलती हुई गाड़ियों में आग लग रही। मान्यवर, ये शॉर्ट सर्किट एक ऐसी समस्या बन गई है कि आज कोई भी बिल्डिंग उसमें सुरक्षित नहीं। बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंगों में, बड़ी बड़ी गोदामों में, कारखानों में आए दिन आग की घटनाएं सुनने को मिलती हैं और उसमें अरबों रुपए की हमारी संपत्ति की क्षति होती है और बहुत बहुमूल्य जाने जा रही हैं। तो मान्यवर, मैं चाहूंगा इस विषय पर सरकार चिंता करे कि कैसे आज ये बढ़ती हुई जो आगजनी की घटनाएं हैं, इन पर कैसे अंकुश लगाया जा सकता है और इसके लिए सरकार संज्ञान लेने का काम करे। ये मैं आपने मौका दिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
डॉक्टर फौजिया खान।
Thank you very much, Chairman, sir. Sir, the national policy for rare diseases was finalized and notified by the Ministry for Health and Family Welfare on 30th of March 2021. Sir, subsequently, the ministry increased the funding support of rupees 50 lakh per patient for all categories of rare disease patients in May this year. I must thank the ministry for having honored the request of a group of parliament members who have been requesting this time and again. But sir, even after several months of announcement, not a single patient diagnosed with life-threatening rare genetic disorders has so far been put on life-saving treatment. This unending delay and lack of urgency on the part of the centers of excellence, sir, has not only claimed several innocent young lives, but also endangered the survival prospects of close to 415 odd patients, largely children, diagnosed with life-threatening rare disease conditions, including lysosomal storage disorders, Gaucher disease, Pompe disease, MPS 1 and 2, Fabry disease. An analysis of the crowdfunding platform and initiative of the ministry reveals that close to 190 odd patients diagnosed with ultra-rare genetic conditions, including LDS, could be immediately put on life-saving therapy, thereby reducing the risk of loss of life, sir, and the ongoing anxiety that subsequently comes in. Patients without any institutional support are otherwise left with no option but to wait for the inevitable without any institutional support, sir. A majority of these patients have been diagnosed with Gaucher disease, for which the Drugs Controller General of India approved therapy is available for many years. Several centers of excellence, sir, including the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, Maulana Azad Medical College, New Delhi, Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, Lucknow, Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics, with Nizam's Institute of Medical Sciences, etc., are yet to seek financial support for patients diagnosed with life-threatening diseases, sir. Sir, group 3 conditions, at least for those conditions which approved therapies available under 50 lakhs, are currently available in India. So just 1 minute. This is despite several reminders from the ministry. I would like to ask the ministry to consider 2-3 points. One is that the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare should issue urgent instructions to the centers of excellence to treat 190 odd.
Srimati Vandana Chavan.
Thank you, sir. Sorry that I'm late. So several cities in our country have witnessed a dire brunt of the impacts of climate change since the last few years. So on the one side, they are hit by unprecedented floods due to changed rainfall patterns in the form of heavy and torrential rains or cloudbursts or even storms in some of the cities which have never seen it before. So all this results in loss of property, loss of life, and of course, needless to say, stripping the poor of their every belonging. Sir, on the other side, our cities have also experienced heat waves. Increased temperatures or severe heat waves cause serious impacts on health, productivity at work, and even deaths, sir. Every such event hit the headlines, and then as soon as the water and the heat is down, it is forgotten and life carries on till the next event happens. So I come from the city of Pune. We have experienced severe floods in various parts for the last 4 years, killing and displacing people, sir, and destroying property worth crores. In a carbon inventory report, our city, prepared by Terry, shows that Pune will have 32% increase in rain by 2030, which is unaccounted for in the developmental process, sir. As far as heat waves are concerned, the World Bank in a very recent report has said severe heat waves responsible for thousands of deaths across India over the last few decades are increasing with alarming rate, and soon the country could become the first place in the world to experience heat waves that break the human survivability limit. This is extremely serious, sir. Rampant urbanization and not giving attention to capacity building of the administrative agencies, haphazard and unscientific development, mushrooming of illegal constructions, disregard to natural features, rampant deforestation, cementing and capping of roads and land are becoming the main recipe for flooding and heating. Some of the policies of the government, sir, with one-size-fits-all approach, example, applying TOD, the transit-oriented development, which has come in recently, an increase in FSI 4 times just to make a metro financially feasible, with absolutely no regard as to the carrying capacity of that particular city. And what is the kind of water and infrastructure which goes along with it, which is required. This will make our cities grossly unhealthy and non-livable. So we have to stop this as of now, and the time is now, sir. Sir, you have made a wonderful beginning in the last 3 years, the last 3 days, we have been deliberating on exceptionally important bills which address sustainability, thereby making the commitment of this House, every parliamentarian, to our planet and to our future generations. So I appeal to the
Honorable members, I go back 3 decades when I was a member of parliament in the 9th Lok Sabha. We used to have heroes of 0 hour because they used to be extempore and they used to be very brief. Now it is structured. Let us confine to that. Shri Satish Chandra Dubey. 30 seconds.
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, आपने मुझे शून्यकाल में बात रखने का
every member, my senior colleague, would stand in affirmation, sir.
Good.
Sir, and this is again.
Shri Satish Chandra Dubey.
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, आपने शून्यकाल में मुझे बात रखने का मौका दिया, इसके लिए धन्यवाद। महोदय, बिहार राज्य में पिछले कुछ महीनों से हो रहे हत्या, लूट, डकैती, बलात्कार, अत्याचार जैसे गंभीर मामलों का ध्यान आकृष्ट करना चाहता हूं। समूचे बिहार की जनता डरी और सहमी हुई है। न जाने कब किसकी हत्या हो जाए, किसके साथ लूटपाट हो जाए, किस बच्चे का अपहरण हो जाए, किसी ने कुछ पता भी नहीं है। भय का माहौल बना है, व्याप्त हो रहा है। रात्रि 8 बजे से हो या दिन हो, किसी को घर से निकलना सुरक्षित नहीं है। 1990 से लेकर 2005 तक शासनकाल में जो हुआ करता था, आज कमोबेश वही हो रहा है। 2 दिसंबर 2022 को गृह जिला पश्चिमी चंपारण नरकटियागंज अपराधियों द्वारा नगर परिषद के सभापति प्रत्याशी राजेश श्रीवास्तव की गोली मारकर हत्या कर दी गई। अगले दिन
Honorable members, I can appreciate. Honorable members, honorable members, kindly take your seat. Kindly take your seat. Take your seat. Kindly resume your seat. Kindly take your seat. Honorable members, can I appeal to you? It will never be nice for me to every time make an appeal. Can you imagine my pain? I am getting input from everyone all over the country. What happens here? You will get from select category, I will get from everyone. As an exceptional situation, I gave the honorable member 30 seconds. I hope he would make his input. We are not to ignite things. We have to douse fire everywhere. If we become the epicenter of it, where it will lead us? I have indicated you shall never have a grievance to put across your point. There are rules available, mechanisms available. There is no member in the House, I say without fear of contradiction, who has reached out to me and has not had his say on that day. I invariably accommodate him or her. If I find a member is not here, I skip that name, look at when she or he is here, and give the platform. Please follow decorum. I will be very patient. I will be very persuasive. I will never take a judgmental view. But I have your strength. Once I take a judgmental view, friends, pardon me, I do it on your strength. I will not reverse it. It will be a tough call for me. I am sure you will help me act as a rational mind. I will respect your sentiments. We have 2 very distinguished people in the House by way of their designation, leader of the House, leader of the opposition. We have the former Prime Minister. I have declared on the floor of this House that these 3 honorable gentlemen one of them is not here, Dr. Manmohan Singh. If they rise, I will not look at the rule book. I said so in your presence. And all of you have access to them. My ears will be open to most difficult situation coming from this side or from them. But if you start making it the way you are doing it, you are entitled. Do it in my chamber. I come at 10 o'clock every day. I'm available here during lunch. Do I take it now that we will exemplify our conduct to a level that everyone will say, yes, upper house is a role model of decorum, discipline. It is a theater for dialogue, debate, deliberation, and discussion. Thank you. Come on.
पश्चिमी चंपारण नरकटियागंज के अपराधियों के द्वारा नगर परिषद के सभापति प्रत्याशी राजेश श्रीवास्तव की गोली मारकर हत्या कर दी गई। अगले दिन एक होटल संचालक बेतिया के सूरज बैठा की हत्या जिले में हो गई। 7 दिसंबर को दिन दहाड़े एसबीआई बैंक को लूट हो गई। भागलपुर में सरेआम महिलाओं को टांगी से काट के मार दिया गया। आज जंगल राज पार्ट 2 पे बिहार चल पड़ा है। अतः आपसे आग्रह करना चाहता हूं कि मैं सत्याग्रह की धरती चंपारण से आता हूं और उस पवित्र धरती को बिहार की महागठबंधन की सरकार आज जो कलंकित करने की काम कर रही है, इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य कुछ नहीं हो सकता है। बिहार की सरकार हमारी बातें सुनेगी नहीं और इस सदन में बात रखेंगे नहीं, आखिर कहां रखेंगे? मैं आपसे निवेदन करता हूं कि इस पे पहल करके इस समस्या का निदान किया जाए। धन्यवाद।
Honorable members, one second, would you take your seat? Honorable members, I think all that I said has not been appreciated. If someone engages into an act of indiscretion or something that is not expected, that can happen. I'm here to look. I'm here to visit that person with exemplary consequences. I have gone to the extent of saying that I can be judgmental. You don't allow me. If the honorable member has said something, I will examine it completely. But if you are on your feet physically and do it, that is never done. Please. Jairam ji, you know it more than I do. Even when things come on record, there are consequences that emanate. Things can't be examined in the heat or passion. If a point is raised, if anyone has a grievance with respect to anyone making a reflection here, take recourse to rules. And even if you do not take recourse to rules, on my own I examine. I had the occasion to indicate day before, 2 of the honorable members came with identical special mentions. I am looking into it. My office is doing more work for it so that we bring about synergical approach. Dr. V. Sidasivam. Shiv Darshan.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. And I know, I don't believe in Shakespeare who says there is nothing in name. Everything is in name. Shiv Darshan.
Yes. The pronunciation is the matter, sir.
Go ahead.
He is Darshan of Shiva.
Respected chair of this august house, I am coming from Kannur, from Kerala state, where the largest number of libraries are functioning in India. The public libraries are the strongest public spaces in the world. Public libraries should be developed as a community center for the knowledge production skill development, entertainment, and physical education. But in our nation, the number of libraries is very less, and the condition of existing libraries are not at all good. Respected sir, in various parts of the country, the local self-governments are giving some assistance to the public libraries. In rural India, the libraries are working because of this assistance of the local self-governments. But the union government, they are not giving any financial assistance to the states, governments, or the local self-government for the public libraries and public cultural institutions in rural area. Earlier, local self-governments have had some income through the collection of tax, like entertainment tax. Even though it was a meager amount, it is taken by the union government through GST. Sir, then how the libraries will function, or how the libraries will survive? Respected Chair, look at the salary of the librarians in the public libraries in our country. Sir, they are getting very meager amount as in the name of honorarium. It is given by the state government. The union government is ready to allocate the proper amount for the salary of the librarians in public libraries in rural India. Respected Chair, the amount of salary of the librarians in local areas, public libraries, should be increased. Sir, the union government should provide sufficient amount for fund to the states for resources to the libraries. The basic facility should be ensured for the librarians. Some libraries in Kerala are functioning exceptionally well through the initiative of the common people, sir. But in many other parts of India, the situation is very different. So librarians can play a major role. The libraries can play a major role, emancipate the Indian people from illiteracy.
Shri Neeraj Dangi.
नो यूज यार। धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय, जो आपने मुझे ये महत्वपूर्ण मामला सदन में साझा करने की अनुमति प्रदान की है। और मैं समझता हूं कि ये मामला सदन के हर सदस्य का है और निश्चित रूप से हर सदस्य इस पीड़ा से वाकिफ भी है। भारत सरकार द्वारा अक्टूबर 2014 में प्रधानमंत्री आदर्श ग्राम योजना की शुरुआत की गई थी, जिसके तहत प्रत्येक सांसद को एक गांव जो है गोद लेकर के उसे मॉडल गांव की तरह विकसित किए जाने के लिए उसे गोद लेना था। लेकिन इस योजना में ग्राम पंचायत को विकसित करने के लिए अलग से किसी प्रकार के बजट का कोई प्रावधान नहीं है। ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय ने जो है कॉमन रिव्यू मिशन CRM के तहत इस योजना का एक अध्ययन कराया गया और इस अध्ययन के तहत ये पाया गया था कि जो वर्तमान प्रारूप है इस योजना का वो सक्षम नहीं है कि इस योजना के वांछित उद्देश्यों को प्राप्त करने के लिए, और जो धन की कमी है उसके चलते ग्रामीण अवसंरचना जो है उस ग्राम को विकसित करने के लिए वो महत्वपूर्ण प्रभाव इस विकास के लिए नहीं डाल पा रही है। इस अध्ययन टीम में सेवानिवृत्त नौकरशाह, शिक्षाविद और विभिन्न अनुसंधान संगठनों के सदस्य शामिल हैं। ऐसी परिस्थितियों में योजना के मौजूदा प्रारूप को जो है किस प्रकार से देखा जाए, उसमें उन खामियों को किस तरह से पूरा किया जाए और पिछड़े इलाकों में आधारभूत सुविधाएं मुहैया कराया जाए, ये जो है बहुत ही मुश्किल साबित हो रहा है। जब तक इस प्रारूप को बदला नहीं जाता है, सांसदों के लिए गोद लेना, मैं समझता हूं कि किसी गांव को गोद लेना संभव नहीं हो पा रहा है। सांसदों के MP फंड से संपूर्ण संसदीय क्षेत्र के साथ साथ एक गांव को मॉडल गांव में विकसित करना जो है इस योजना से संभव नहीं हो पा रहा है, वो सिर्फ एक परिकल्पना मात्र रह गया है। यही कारण है कि देश की 2,55,000 ग्राम पंचायतों में से अब तक 5 चरणों के तहत सांसदों द्वारा केवल अब तक 1855 ग्राम पंचायतों का ही चयन हो पाया है। यदि भारत सरकार सही मायने में बेहतरीन तरीके से ग्राम पंचायतों को विकसित करना चाहती है तो सबसे पहले एक आदर्श गांव जो है उसका एक मॉडल तैयार किया जाए और उसके तहत ही
उस ग्राम में लगने वाले बजट का अलग से प्रावधान करें, ताकि प्रत्येक सांसद प्रति वर्ष एक ग्राम को गोद लेकर के उसे भली भांति विकसित कर सके। मैं माननीय सभापति महोदय आपके माध्यम से भारत सरकार से आग्रह करना चाहूंगा कि इस योजना के बेहतर क्रियान्वयन के लिए इसे गंभीरता से ले और इसके लिए अलग से एक बजट का प्रावधान करें।
डॉक्टर अमर पटनायक।
Thank you, Chairman, sir. So I'll be very brief. Sir, yesterday, the issue of cyber attack at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences at Delhi was raised. So my thought on this is that it should not be treated as an isolated incident of a cyber attack. So currently, the figure states that 77% of Indian companies were hit by cyber threats during the festive season of 2021. That was the McAfee Enterprise and FireEye report. The National Cybercrime Reporting Portal saw a rise of 15.3% in reported complaints during the second quarter of 2022 compared to the first quarter. That's about 2,37,658 complaints. So it's a rising, issue of concern, and it is all the more important because we have been entering into various PPP models, not only in the hospitality, not only in the medical sector, but in railways, airways, and various public facilities and public utilities. So the point here is we have to look at this issue from 3 points. One, whether the current existing IT securities are adequate. Number two, whether they can be recovered. Actually, we should not stop at this. We have to also think about business continuity planning. How quickly, how fast the normal operation can be restored. It is not adequate just to recover the IT system. In the AIMS case, this is what is happening. There are long queues at OPD, at the billing counters, and the doctors also do not know what to do. So the most important thing here, therefore, is we publicly declare our business continuity plans in the event of attacks on our servers, along with mechanisms that establishes a timeline for resuming the normal operations. This is what happens in the United States. This is what happens in the UK. And I think we should take the advantage of the G20 to raise this issue for international collaboration on this particular aspect. So I re-emphasize that what is more important is to how quickly we recover the critical operations of the hospital. And that should be publicly declared. And then for a full-scale operation, whatever is the time taken. And this is not just for government to do, so this is for all private sector to do. So currently, we have the National Cyber Security Strategy 2020, which is really appreciable because government has brought it out. But the structure has not really come up. I would appeal, since the Honorable Minister is here, to make this structure very robust, and then it would actually become very useful for the economic activity in this country. Thank you so much.
Shri V. Vijay Reddy.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Sir, this year marks 75 years of India's independence, sir. While these 75 years of India's independence signify the immense progress in the country, the reality remains that independent India has failed to ensure a meaningful upliftment of backward classes in the country. Even today, the long-standing aspirations of the backward classes to have equitable opportunities in all spheres of life remains unfulfilled. Sir, every citizen of this country is grateful to Baba Saheb Ambedkar for granting reservations in proportion of their population, and it is the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes who are all very happy today because of the reservations. They are treated on par with the other communities in this country, and the upliftment could be possible. But unfortunately, the backward classes in the country have been unjustifiably left out from the fold of the caste enumeration and proportionate reservation. They have also been denied reservations in the central, state legislatures as well as higher judiciary, sir. Sir, even though the backward classes constitute more than 50% of the Indian population, their reservation is still capped at approximately about 27% or so. Sir, just last month, the Supreme Court has held that the total reservations, the ceiling of total reservation of 50% is flexible, and the breaching of the ceiling would not violate the basic structure of the Constitution. Therefore, there is no legal hurdle as far as reservations to the backward classes in proportion if their population is concerned for the government to provide reservations to the backward class in proportion of their population, sir. Sir, the decades of gross injustice suffered by the backward classes cannot be undone, but however, remedial measures can be undertaken, but we can ensure a holistic upliftment of thorough proportional reservation. Sir, this is my sincere request to the government to take up the reservations for the backward classes in educational institutions, public employment, legislature, as well as higher judiciary. Thank you very much, sir.
Shri H.D. Devgoda. Shri H.D.
Sir.
H.D. Devgoda.
May I kindly sit and talk, sir?
Yes, yes, please.
Sir, regarding the drinking water in Karnataka is a major problem. I don't want to hurt the feelings of anybody in this house, but how Karnataka has been suffered for the drinking water, and we are fighting this battle. The things went on day to day. The water level is going down, and we have approached the union government, and we have also approached the Karnataka, the subsequent rulers. Sir, Mekedatu is one of the prime issue to construct the dam in our own area, not to encroach any area of the other states. Sir,
We are the affected party.
if anybody wants to speak, they can also speak. I can answer all those points which our other friends are going to speak. I will sit in this house and I know what is going on. Sir, one small area, Mekedatu, which is not encroached any other state's land. And in our own state, we want to construct a small dam, and they are objecting. Sir, Karnataka is a deficient state, whether it is, there are so many issues pending in Government of India, which we have demanded from Karnataka, whether it is Tungabhadra, or Mahadayi, or Karnataka, Old Mysore. Sir, today we are begging for the drinking water in 9 districts of Old Mysore. Sir, let anybody question this, so I can make a request to our good self to see that the problem of Karnataka must be solved. That is my only request. I have come here to only see that the problem of Karnataka, whether it is Mahadayi or whether it is the
Now 0 hour is over. Question hour, question number 31. Question number 31. No, we'll accommodate. Honorable Minister. Shri Sasmit Patra.
Chairman, sir, for this opportunity. Firstly, sir, I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister for the efforts made in terms of reducing the trade deficit between India and China in terms of the trade that's really happening. And as compared to 2013-14, as the Honorable Minister has mentioned, the trade deficit has come down in terms of the percentages, though absolute terms, it's still high. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, sir, through you, what are the steps that the government is taking to reduce the trade deficit between India and China, and how the PLI measures and the schemes would really help in terms of reducing this trade deficit, and what is the expected forecasted trade deficit in the next few years? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairman, sir, I think it's a very, very important question, but my esteemed colleague is possibly busy in other activities, so we don't have the privilege of having him here to ask me supplementary questions, but I'm grateful that Sasmit ji has highlighted this issue. I'd just like to take a minute, sir, to give a little perspective. India-China trade, if one goes back 22 years, around 2000-2001, was barely $2 billion. Only $2 billion in 2000-2001, and that position continued until 2002-03, where it increased at best to about $5 billion. At that time, the trade deficit consistently was under just about $1 billion. So if I look at 2000-2001, $661 million. 1-2, $1 billion. 2-3 again reduced to $800 million. 3-4, $1 billion. And this was the general trend in Indo-China trade. I don't know what happened after that. It's a matter for debate and research. But suddenly, after 2003-04, the $1 billion trade deficit over the next 10 years increased to $36 billion. And the entire country, in a way, became a large marketplace, inviting substandard, opaquely priced, non-transparent, valued goods into the country in a big measure, because of which our imports increased from 4 billion in 3-4 to 51 billion in 13-14. And in a manner of speaking, we opened ourselves to a large number of dependencies on China, which we have suffered for the years as the economy grew, as the country prospered. We became so dependent on them that products which at one point were India's strength, for example, Honorable Chairman, sir, active pharmaceutical products, APIs, active pharmaceutical ingredients, which India had tremendous strengths on, we used to export to the world. We had plants in India which manufactured high-quality APIs. Sadly, we gave up that entire industry to China and landed up in a situation that when I was discussing the RCEP, at the RCEP negotiations, and I was attacking the Chinese side, that why are you allowing such substandard goods and why are you allowing low price? We don't even have many times any idea how you can make goods at lower than the raw material costs in India. He says, but sir, your industry is dependent on us. If I don't give you these 2 billion, 3 billion of APIs, your $10 billion pharma industry will collapse. And I actually realized that we have over 10, 12 years lost India's competitive strength in very critical areas. And therefore, sir, this government focused on the Make in India initiative, while of course with economic growth and prosperity, the demand for goods is increasing. And we do not have sufficient capacity as yet in India to meet this large demand for goods and services. A lot of capital good industry got killed in that 10-year period. And because of which today for a lot of capital goods, electronics goods, where we never promoted our industry, they all became dependent on Chinese imports. It is only the Modi government which recognized, the Modi government, sir, it's a very important subject. My honorable friend Jairamji appreciates the gravity of this subject, and I hope you are not holding a brief for somebody who's dumping goods into India. It's important that the country recognizes and realizes how we have become dependent on a country which has inimical interests, and how this government has, through a number of initiatives today, focused its attention on promoting Make in India. Sir, we have introduced production-linked incentive schemes where between semiconductors, where we are giving 76,000 crores, and 24 other sectors where we will be giving as Government of India 1.97 lakh crores as support to Indian industry. For the first time, such large measure of support at the central government level to promote domestic manufacturing, make our manufacturing competitive, and start reducing imports from China. And I'll just give one example, sir. Mobile phones. India used to import almost 100% of mobile phones, sir. We had only 2 plants doing mobile phones in this country. Thanks to the PLI scheme, today we have over 200 companies in the mobile phone ecosystem. And we are now not only producing for India, but we are a large exporter of mobile phones.
Shri Premchand Gupta.
श्रीमान जी, ये जो क्वेश्चन है, इसमें एक दूसरे के ऊपर ब्लेम करना इज नॉट द सॉल्यूशन. हमारा जो ट्रेड बैलेंस था सर चाइना के साथ 2004-05 में तकरीबन $1.5 बिलियन था, जो अब बढ़कर $115 बिलियन है, $115 बिलियन टोटल ट्रेड, एंड द trade deficit is $73 billion, highest for since last 20 years. In any case, I am not blaming sir. Sir, at one point of time, China के लिए पूरी दुनिया से लोग बड़े-बड़े MNCs China जाते थे, plant लगाते थे, and China thus became manufacturing hub for the world. We are also dependent on Chinese products. So, sir, what we are doing, PLI scheme you have introduced, and in some cases it is successful also. But, sir, there are companies, because of COVID restrictions and other problems, political issues in China, many multinational companies, जो employ करते एक factory 2 लाख लोगों को, 2 lakh people are employed by one factory in China.
सप्लीमेंट्री.
तो मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि सरकार इस बारे में कुछ ऐसा स्कीम बनाए कि ये कंपनियां अपना मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब वहां से उठाना चाहती है, वहां से उठाकर हमारे यहाँ ले आए.
ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर.
अभी वो वियतनाम, थाईलैंड, इंडोनेशिया, मलेशिया वहां जा रहे हैं, तो व्हाई कांट वी ब्रिंग देम हियर?
ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर.
ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन सर, वैसे तो नजरअंदाज नहीं कर सकते इस वास्तविकता को कि जो आपने सही कहा 1.5 बिलियन का डेफिसिट अगर हमें विरासत में 2014-15 में 48 बिलियन का डेफिसिट मिलता है तो वो उसको नजरअंदाज नहीं कर सकते. आप ब्लेम गेम की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं. एक देश की क्षमता को ही खत्म कर दोगे तो क्षमता को खड़ा करने में समय लगता है.
ऑनरेबल मेंबर,
मुझे लगता है चोट जरा गहरी पहुंची है. उस समय आप भी सरकार में ही थे, पर अलग बात है ये. जहां तक कंपनियां जो चाइना से रिलोकेट करना चाह रही है, ये एक प्रोसेस होता है. ओवरनाइट कोई रिलोकेट नहीं करता है, ओवरनाइट कोई कंपनियां बंद नहीं करता है. अमेरिका ने भी कोई वहां से खरीदना ही बंद नहीं किया. हम एक एक प्रोडक्ट बाय प्रोडक्ट निजी क्षेत्र के साथ चर्चा करके हमने एक स्केल कमेटी बनाई, स्टीयरिंग कमेटी फॉर एडवांसमेंट ऑफ लोकलाइजेशन एंड प्रमोटिंग एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड एक्सपोर्ट्स स्केल. ये पूरी निजी क्षेत्र के लोगों के साथ सलाह मशुरा करके आइडेंटिफाई किया गया क्या क्या कॉस्ट डिसएडवांटेज के एक एक बिंदु है और कितना सपोर्ट देने से भारत का उद्योग खड़ा हो सकता है. उस हिसाब से करते हुए ये PLI स्कीम्स डिजाइन किए, कोई विम्स एंड फैंसीज से नहीं बनाई. सिमिलरली, चाहे वो इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रमोशन के माध्यम से लोगों के लिए आउटरीच करना, देखना कौन अनाउंस कर रहा है नए प्लान्स. मेरे कलीग अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने एक बहुत बढ़िया सेमीकंडक्टर को प्रमोट करने की पॉलिसी पहली बार इस देश में हुआ होगा कि 76,000 करोड़ सिर्फ एक सेक्टर के, क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत को बल दें. इसी प्रकार से ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, तरह तरह के हमने स्टेप्स हैं. आप चाहो तो मैं तो 1 घंटे का उद्बोधन दे सकता हूं, पूरा क्वेश्चन खत्म हो जाए. डिक्रिमिनलाइजेशन ऑफ लॉस, हर छोटे बड़े काम पे व्यापारी को, उद्योग को जेल में डालना या जेल में परेशान करना ना पड़े, उसको एक हिम्मत मिले कि हम व्यापार कर सके। बैंकों को मजबूत बनाना, किस हालत में हमें बैंक्स मिले थे 2014 में, सबके सब एवरग्रीनिंग और एनपीएस के बोझ में दबे हुए थे। एक एक चीज को ठीक करते करते आज ये स्थिति बनी है कि देश भी मजबूत हुआ है, और जो बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स हैं जिसके आधार पर अर्थव्यवस्था मजबूत हो सकती है, वो बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स देश ने तैयार किए हैं। इसमें हम सबका रोल रहा है। मैं समझता हूँ सभी राज्य सरकार, केंद्र सरकार, सबने मिलकर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में अब देश को एक मजबूत ताकत बनाया, विश्व शक्ति बनाई।
Before I call upon John Britas, I would like to say it is age-old wisdom. Brevity is the soul of it. And it applies to everyone, including me. And I would urge everyone, the more homework we do, the brief we will be. And I'm sure, one second. The Honorable Minister has been very focused, so don't take it that way. The points are well taken from all sides. I would now call upon John Britas.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you came to brevity only when it came to me. Sir, the Honorable Minister is very erudite, ebullient, and bit smart and clever too. Sir, in his answer, sir, in order to blame the UPA, he talked about the percentage of increase. That's from, say, 2,346% increase has happened. He is from the financial sector. Conveniently, he picked up the percentage here, and he forgot the quantum. Sir, Prem Gupta ji talked about 73 billion US dollars trade deficit. Sir, that's not the true picture. This year, the trade deficit is going to be all-time high. It's going to touch 100 billion, despite the so-called Atma Nirbhar and this incentive scheme. Sir, my question, specific question to you. This trade deficit cannot be dealt in isolation. It's part of the ecosystem. The GDP results have come for the first half year, and it says that there is a dip in the manufacturing sector. It means that we are on the wrong path. And there is a parliamentary standing committee report in front of him, which talks about the so-called deficiencies, which sir, my question. Sir, it has to respond. Sir, yes, sir, brevity. So the parliamentary standing committee talked about the deficiencies, administrative and regulatory hurdles, inadequate and costly credit facility. What is that he is going to do to improve the ecosystem and also to act on the specific suggestions of the standing committee?
Honorable Minister.
Sir, in a way, the honorable member has confirmed exactly what I said. The fact that India became so helpless and our manufacturing sector became so weak that having inherited a 48.4 billion trade deficit in the first year itself, we have in fact been able to really rein in the deficit and not allow the runaway increase that was allowed by the earlier government. Having said that, sir, the fact that the current year trade deficit is going to be high is a sign of growing economic activity also. The fact that our imports from China largely emanate from intermediate products on which we process and add value for further re-export or consumption in the country. The fact that we are importing a lot of machinery shows that the country now has started investing and gross capital formation in the country is increasing. The fact that we are increasingly consuming more goods will give confidence to new investors to invest in manufacturing, which Prem Gupta ji just mentioned, so that there's more manufacturing domestically. So this is a cycle. Investors keep watching what is the demand, what is the consumption pattern. And when they see demand, when they see consumption, they import capital goods because unfortunately we've killed capital good industry in that 10-year period. We are now encouraging even manufacture of machinery. We are seeing a revival of domestic indigenous startups coming up with very, very good, bright ideas to promote Make in India. On the other thing about cost competitiveness, sir, the government has made a lot of effort on ease of doing business, decriminalizing laws, reducing the logistics costs. PM Gati Shakti is a unique initiative unparalleled in the world by which we can do smarter and timely implementation of infrastructure projects and bring down logistics costs.
Question number 32, Sri Abir Ranjan Biswas.
Sir, question number 32.
Honorable Minister.
जी जवाब दे रहा हूँ टेबल पर बोला
Supplementary one.
Sir, as the reply given by the minister, it seems that for the nutrition of children, especially we know that milk is the chief source, he seems to be heavily dependent on the Pushan scheme as per the reply. So I would like to bring to the notice of the minister that this scheme has not been a very good success. Having a target of arresting stunted growth to 25% by 2022, the current NFHS 5 figures show that it has only achieved 35.5%. That's just an example, sir. So what my question is, does the Honorable Minister, since I'm again repeating, milk is the chief source of nutrition for under aged children, does the Minister, it has said that he does not regulate, the government does not regulate the milk prices. Does the Minister intend to do something more to help out in these cases the people of the lower income group? Yes, the children of the lower income group, of course.
Honorable Minister.
Milk prices traditionally in the country have been deregulated, are determined by demand and supply, and also we must bear in mind that half the country's population is associated with the agriculture sector, and income from dairy, income from the milk produced by them is a very important supplementary income that helps the farmers of this country, that helps our annadatas to provide a better future for their children. Having said that, sir, the government is very conscious of its responsibility towards the nutrition of the children, and therefore we are implementing the Poshan Abhiyan under the Ministry of Child and Women Welfare, which provides support for children under 6 years of age.
Supplementary two. Second supplementary.
Sir, I'm going for the second supplementary, but as I said, the Poshan Abhiyan has not been a good success. So I was asking if government intends to do something more.
Okay.
Anyway, no, sir, this is the second part. This is the first part.
Okay. Have only one part.
Sir. So the second part, sir. Now, as per the answer, and as per several news articles, the milk inflation increased to 7.7% in October 2022. I would like to know whether the minister has requested or intends to request the finance ministry to remove the 5% GST on curds, lassi, buttermilk, and 12% GST on condensed milk, butter, ghee, cheese, etc. for easy accessibility for the lower income groups. Thank you, sir.
Well, the question doesn't relate to me directly. It's a matter of the finance ministry, along with the finance ministers of all the states. GST Council is not of the central government. It's a council of all states which collectively takes decisions in their collective wisdom. I would like to share with the honorable member that a lot of this emanated from the demand from industry itself to have a small GST component, because a lot of the inputs that were going in for packaging, for transporting, and the entire distribution chain for milk products had GST being paid on them, and they were losing the input credit. So really the consumer prices have not gone up at all because of GST. They have been able to take the benefit of input GST credit and netting it off against the GST imposed. So I think that it'll be good if the honorable members study the impact of GST in the context of input credit also.
Santosh Kumar.
As per the annexure attached to this answer, it is evident that in most of the states, these prices have shoot up. So I would like to ask the minister, is there any corresponding increase in the income of farmers,
Honorable Minister.
producers?
Honorable Minister.
Chairman, sir, since I've given 3 years data, you will find that the increase over 3 years is not very significant. By and large, prices have been stable. It's only recently, because of global situation and the fact that the demand is increasing significantly, that prices have gone up in a small measure. We are still monitoring the situation to ensure that it's orderly. We are fortunate to have the Cooperation Department and Cooperation Ministry now as a separate ministry, which is supporting the cooperative sector in processing, helping farmers get the major chunk of income coming out of sale of milk, and supporting the farmers in a big way. So Amul, for example, from Gujarat, has been a big success story, which has helped farmers, particularly women farmers, get income out of the sale of milks. So the fact that the milk prices have gone up slightly is actually supplementing the government's effort to support an increase in income and doubling the income of farmers.
Ghanshyam Tiwari.
मैं माननीय मंत्री महोदय को इस बात के लिए तो धन्यवाद दूंगा।
क्वेश्चन सप्लीमेंट्री
हाँ सर, यस सर, पूछ रहा हूँ कि भारत विश्व में सबसे बड़ा दूध उत्पादक देश बन गया है, पर मैं माननीय मंत्री महोदय से जानना चाहूंगा कि भारत में प्रतिदिन कितना दूध उत्पन्न होता है और कितना दूध बिकता है, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा मिलावट उसमें होती है, किसानों को इसी से नुकसान है।
ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर।
सही बात है।
वास्तव में बधाई के पात्र तो पुरुषोत्तम रूपाला जी हैं, हमारे एनिमल हस्बेंड्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर, और दूध बड़े पैमाने पे भारत में बनता है और वास्तव में विश्व के सबसे बड़े दूध उत्पादक देश बनने का गर्व तो मुझे लगता है पूरे सदन के हर सदस्य को होना चाहिए। इस बात का गर्व, मिलावट कोई जानबूझ के नहीं करता है। मिलावट के बारे में जानकारी जैसे ही कंज्यूमर अफेयर्स में या कोई डिपार्टमेंट में आती है तो मुझे मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि वहाँ का डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन उसका कार्रवाई करता होगा। अवश्य उसके ऊपर पूरी जिम्मेदारी से हमारी व्यवस्थाएं काम करती होंगी, लेकिन अगर माननीय सांसद महोदय को कोई विशेष जानकारी है कि कहाँ मिलावट हो रही है, कौन कर रहा है, तो हम उस पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करेंगे। रही बात दूध के उत्पादन की, आज दुनिया में हम सबसे बड़े 23% दूध का उत्पादन करते हैं और 1984 लाख टन यानी लगभग 2000 लाख टन दूध का उत्पादन 2021 में हुआ, जिसका शुल्क वैल्यू 8,32,000 करोड़ रुपए और अधिकांश ये पैसा सीधा किसानों के।
ओके ओके। राघव चड्डा।
सर दूध के दाम जब बढ़ते हैं तो किसान का बजट और देश के आम परिवारों का घर का बजट भी बिगड़ जाता है।
राघव चड्डा जी, मैं किसान पुत्र हूं।
आप तो हैं ही सर, बिल्कुल है सर, बिल्कुल है सर। सर दूध के दाम बढ़ने का एक मुख्य कारण, सर मैं एक मिनट बस, मैं मंत्री जी का ध्यान भी चाहूंगा सर दूध के दाम बढ़ने का एक मुख्य कारण यह रहा कि फॉडर प्राइसेस इस देश में पिछले 2-3 साल में खास करके बहुत बढ़े हैं। अभी गुजरात का जिक्र हुआ, गुजरात इस देश के दूध के उत्पादन में सबसे आगे है, बिल्कुल सबसे आगे है, लेकिन उस गुजरात में भी पिछले 2 साल में फॉडर प्राइसेस का जो एरिया अंडर क्रॉप था वो 1,36,000 हेक्टेयर से गिर गया। मेरा सवाल यह है कि भारत सरकार को इस बात का अंदाजा था कि फॉडर प्राइसेस बढ़ने वाले हैं, इसीलिए उन्होंने आज से 2 साल पहले एफपीओ नाम का एक प्रपोजल, मेरा सवाल यह सर 100 फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस 100 एफपीओ सेटअप करने के लिए भारत सरकार ने एक प्रपोजल मूव किया था आज से 2 साल पहले। 2 साल में एक भी एफपीओ रजिस्टर नहीं हुआ, जो सिर्फ फॉडर प्राइसेस और फॉडर प्रोडक्शन पे ध्यान जिसको देना था, जिसका मुख्य ऑब्जेक्टिव यह था। मैं एफपीओ के बारे में पूछना चाहूंगा।
तो अच्छी बात कही माननीय सदस्य ने, अगर झूठे अफवाहें और नारेबाजी के बदले वो खुद थोड़े एफपीओ ही बना देते तो देश का बड़ा भला होता। लेकिन माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, सरकार सरकार लगातार फॉर्डर के ऊपर भी नियंत्रण रखती है। पीछे जब फॉर्डर की कमी महसूस हुई तो उस पे इंपोर्ट अलाउ कर दिया गया, उस पे इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी कम करने की जरूरत पड़ी तो उस पे भी सरकार ने विचार किया। एक सरकार लगातार नियंत्रण रखती है कैसे कीमतों को कंट्रोल में रखा जाए।
क्वेश्चन नंबर 33, श्रीमती शांता छेत्री।
सर, मैं क्वेश्चन नंबर 33
दिया गया।
हाँ जी।
Supplementary one.
Sir, my first supplementary question is under Prime Minister Textile Region and Apparel, will the Honorable Minister through you, sir, answer specifically the fund allotted and project detail for Darjeeling and Kalimpong district? Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister.
सर, सबसे पहले तो आज मुझे मौका मिला है कि अपर हाउस में आपके अध्यक्ष होने के बाद में ये पहली बार है। मैं आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ क्योंकि यही खंड है जहाँ हम नए मंत्री चाहते थे हमारा अच्छे से इंट्रोडक्शन हो जाए, लेकिन हुआ नहीं था। और आज जो सवाल यहाँ से आया है कि टेक्सटाइल रिलेटेड उन्होंने जो 2 सवाल किए हैं उनका जवाब दिया है, लेकिन वो क्लैरिटी नहीं है कि वो पश्चिम बंगाल के लिए क्या चाहती है और कौन से विषय में चाहती है। तो मैं संरक्षण आपका इसलिए चाहती हूँ कि टेक्सटाइल मंत्रालय ने क्या किया है और उनका कंसेप्ट क्या है, क्योंकि उनके दूसरे प्रश्न में, पूरक प्रश्न में भी पूछा गया है कि जो पीएम मित्रा पार्क बनने वाला है इसमें क्या हमारा स्टेटस है। तो टेक्सटाइल रिलेटेड जितनी भी योजना अब तक भारत में बनी, इसमें 2 प्रकार की चीजें हुई कि सिर्फ कॉटन बेस्ड इंडस्ट्री के बजाय हैंडलूम, हैंडीक्राफ्ट, रेशम, जूट और इसके साथ में मैनमेड फाइबर के लिए हम सब ने योजना बनाई। और जब मैनमेड फाइबर के लिए जो योजना बनाई, जिसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन से हम लोगों ने ये पीएम मित्र स्कीम का इंट्रोडक्शन हुआ, तो एक पैमाने पे इकोसिस्टम से एक ही साथ में ये प्रोडक्शन मैनमेड फाइबर का हो जाए, इसके लिए हम लोगों ने ये स्कीम तैयार की। और इसमें 13 राज्यों से प्रपोजल आए और 13 में से 7 राज्यों को इसमें पीएम मित्रा पार्क के लिए इसमें सम्मति दी जाएगी। लेकिन बड़े दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है कि ये पार्क के लिए भी पश्चिम बंगाल से कोई प्रपोजल नहीं आया। दूसरी बात कि जो हैंडलूम, हैंडीक्राफ्ट और क्राफ्ट के लिए जो पैसे अब तक दिए गए हैं, इसमें कई सारी स्कीम है। माननीय जो सदस्य का प्रश्न है ज्यादातर रेशम के लिए है, सिल्क के लिए है कि 4 प्रकार की सिल्क जो प्रोडक्शन होती है, तो यहाँ प्रोडक्शन से लेके जहाँ उनकी कोकून के साथ में उनकी खेती भी हो जाए, फिर उसका ड्रिलिंग हो जाए, इसे अच्छे उसके सेंटर बने, उनको लेटेस्ट मशीनरी मिले, और इसके लिए भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से प्रपोजल होनी चाहिए जो आज तक आई नहीं है। और सबसे अच्छी बात कि हमारे यहाँ सभी हैंडलूम हैंडीक्राफ्ट के आर्टिजन, जिसका हमें बहुत महत्व होने वाला है G20 समिट में भी, आप भी कहीं जाते हैं तो हैंडलूम हैंडीक्राफ्ट की चीजें लेके जाते हैं, लेकिन आर्टिजन कार्ड ही नहीं बने हैं। वहाँ कितने लोग इस व्यवसाय से जुड़े हुए हैं जो केंद्र सरकार की योजना में मांगे गए हैं, वो उन्होंने नहीं बताया।
सेकंड सप्लीमेंट्री।
Sir, my second supplementary question is whether the Textile Ministry on its inspection found Darjeeling or Kalimpong district suitable for setting up of a Prime Minister Mitra Park. If yes, can the proposal still be sent by the state government? And if yes, the last date of submission of the proposal. Thank you.
Honorable Mr.
वही बताए कौन के यहाँ से प्रपोजल आई नहीं है। प्रपोजल आएगी तो वो स्टेट में से डेट भी चली गई। 51 ये जो 51% शेयर राज्य सरकार का होता है सेटअप करने के लिए, और बाकी केंद्र सरकार के सहयोग से ये पार्क लगेंगे। और इसमें टेक्सटाइल पॉलिसी, लेबर पॉलिसी, इसका सब भी ध्यान रखा जाएगा, लेकिन वहां से प्रपोजल ही नहीं आई है।
थैंक यू। श्री अनिल बोंडे।
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, आपके माध्यम से मैं मंत्री महोदय से पूछना चाहता हूं कि 13 राज्यों से जो प्रस्ताव पीएम मित्रा के लिए भेजे गए, उसमें महाराष्ट्र की तरफ से संभाजीनगर, औरंगाबाद तथा अमरावती, नांदगांव पेट के 2 प्रस्ताव गए हैं। तो ये पीएम मित्र की जो योजना है ये कब से कार्यान्वित होगी और उसका कार्य प्रभाव और रोजगार निर्मित, किसानों को फायदा महाराष्ट्र में ये 2 प्रस्तावों के बाद में कैसा होगा, उसके बारे में जानकारी दें।
Honorable Minister.
महाराष्ट्र से 2 प्रपोजल आई है, एक ग्रीनफील्ड के लिए, एक ब्राउनफील्ड के लिए, और इसके लिए राज्य सरकार से समन्वय करके जो राज्य सरकार लेबर पॉलिसी, टेक्सटाइल पॉलिसी, इसके साथ में और इकोसिस्टम से 1000 एकड़ जगह जहां पे हमारी इंस्पेक्शन चल रही है और जो एजेंसी के माध्यम से ये इको पार्क डेवलप होगा, जिसमें सभी प्रकार की सुविधा साथ में, क्योंकि ये वैल्यू चेन वाला प्रोडक्शन है, तो सब लोग एक साथ में अच्छे से बिजनेस कर पाए, तो ये करके हम लोग उनको मंजूरी देंगे।
श्री KRN Rajesh Kumar.
Honorable Chairman, sir, Virudhunagar in Tamil Nadu is identified for setting of a PM Mitra Park. Officials from the Ministry of Textiles have already visited the place. Will the Honorable Minister be pleased to state the current status of the PM Mitra Park, Textile Park at Virudhunagar project? Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister.
मैंने बताया कि सभी 12 स्टेट से 13 एप्लीकेशंस आई है और इसके लिए राज्य सरकार से हम लोगों ने कुछ बातें करी है कि जिसमें टेक्सटाइल पॉलिसी होनी चाहिए, लेबर पॉलिसी होनी चाहिए, पावर पॉलिसी होनी चाहिए, जो अच्छे से वो सपोर्ट करेंगे उसी को ये पार्क मिलेगा।
श्री इलामारम क्रीम।
अलार्म क्या है?
इलामारम क्रीम। You can use the other, you can now use both.
Yes. Honorable Minister has explained various schemes for capacity building in textile sector. My specific question is, what's your plan to revive National Textile Corporation mills which are lake coast?
Question number 34. Shri Jose K. Money.
बहुत बढ़िया था।
नहीं है, मतलब दर्शना ने कह
Honorable Minister.
A statement is laid on the table of the House.
Supplementary one.
Yeah, right. Sir, Kerala has gone through 2 consecutive floods in 2018 and 19. We not only lost the lives of hundreds of people, but also their lives and their livestock and agriculture. During 2018 disastrous floods, the center has allotted 89,540 metric tons of rice to distribute through PDS as flood relief. It is learned that the center has demanded to pay 205 crores for the food grains supplied during the emergency.
Pointed question.
Sir, my question is how this demand can be justified by the center as the food grains were distributed among poor people and casualties during the worst natural disaster of our Kerala.
Okay, Honorable Minister.
This subject does not relate to our ministry because every state is given support by the center for any such natural disasters that may occur. Funds are given by the center to all the states of India, and they are expected to meet such requirements of any natural disaster out of those funds. Odisha has had so many cyclones, Gujarat has had cyclones and typhoons, Maharashtra has had them, Andhra Pradesh has had them, West Bengal has had them. Every state, through their SDRF and NDRF, meets the requirements of such a nature. I think Kerala should not be an exception, and they have received the funds from the center. Kindly utilize those funds to give relief to your people.
Second supplementary.
Actually, it is during the emergency time. Anyway, the second supplementary is, in 2022, India has been ranked 107 in the global hunger index out of the 121. The neighboring countries like Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, all in front of us, and Afghanistan, only countries behind us. Sir, though the government has continuously questioned the methodology used to bring these index, the prevalence of hunger and poverty in the country is well seen. My question is, has the government found out the reason behind this mismatch between the excess stock of food grains and the prevalence of hunger in the country? Does the government have any plans to address the critical issue which affects the millions of poor people?
Honorable Minister.
Proposition he has made that food grains were supplied to Kerala and therefore it should not be charged is wrong. NDRF, SDRF is required to pay for the food grains or any other supplies that you may take from anybody else. The food grains were given to Kerala on the premise that they will pay for it. Now they are changing their mind. It's an abject failure of the state government to meet the needs of their people, which has been exposed by my colleague, Mr. Mani. As regards the hunger index, first of all, the name itself is a misnomer. The fact is that every state of India, sir, Honorable Chairman, sir, every single state of India has given it to us in writing that thanks to the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana, where we supplemented 5 kilos of additional grain over and above National Food Security Act entitlement, we have in a way eliminated hunger or starvation from this country. Every state has written that not a single death due to starvation occurred over the last 2 years. We have it in writing, including from your state of Kerala.
Yes, sir.
This hunger index is a private index made by some private NGO based on subjects which are not related to hunger. Okay. So they have to first decide what the nomenclature should be. The statistics are drawn out of data which is unverified, and also on measures or measurements which don't relate to India. For example, the wasting, stunting figure that take up are just completely not related to Indian features of an Indian person. So I think it's important that we recognize what is official and validated and what is mere propaganda.
Honorable Minister, I'm slightly making a point. In our country, iconic status is granted on parameters that are often baffling. And we have calibration by agencies that do not have any rationale. This august house is repository of the wisdom of 1.3 over billion people. We therefore, when we raise an issue in this house, that there is a calibration by an agency that should not carry much conviction unless the honorable member or the honorable minister is premised on our own record. Let us believe in our own worth. It will be very difficult and inappropriate for us to surrender our assessment, our achievements to be assessed by those who have either inadequate data or are dictating their actions by their interests, not ours. Shri Sanjay Singh. 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 Shri Sanjay. I think I would, one thing before, I think every time I say something and drop off a hat, we get adversarial stance. Try to digest what I have said, sir. We must analyze the calibration. We will have respect for... One second, please take your seat. Take your seat. Dr. Jairam Ramesh, take your seat. What I have said is rational with a rationale. And that rationale is, we should not be captive. We are a part of global unity. One second, sir. Sir, don't interrupt the chairman at this. Please, I have understood it. I have understood it. So I would, one second. I would urge everyone that there are some issues which we need to reflect overnight. I would have individual interaction with all of you. I am very categorical. Our country cannot be allowed to be hurt by calibration from outside on premise which we do not believe in. That does not mean the calibration outside has no credibility. We will have to get into those areas. I'll come to the question now, Shri Sanjay Singh. Confined to the question.
धन्यवाद मान्यवर। सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको हृदय से बधाई देना चाहता हूं। पहली बार आपके समक्ष बोलने का अवसर मुझे मिला है और आपने इस विषय पे मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया, इसके लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। मान्यवर, मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से बड़ी विनम्रता पूर्वक आपके माध्यम से पूछना चाहता हूं, भारत की राशन वितरण प्रणाली मजबूत होनी चाहिए, ये हम सारे लोग इस बात पे सहमत होंगे।
लेकिन इसके साथ साथ हमारी राजनीतिक मत भिन्नता हो सकती है मान्यवर, लेकिन राशन वितरण प्रणाली में राशन के दुकानदार कितनी गड़बड़ी करते हैं, इस सदन का हर नेता इस बात को
आज तक क्वेश्चन
मैं इसी पे आ रहा हूं सर।
आप पूछिए।
मैं बड़ी विनम्रता पूर्वक माननीय मंत्री जी से पूछना चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री ने घर घर राशन पहुंचाने की योजना अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने बनाई, जिससे कि राशन वितरण देखिए हंस रहे हैं गरीब आदमी को, गरीब पे हंसते हैं ऐसे सर। ये सब जानते हैं कि राशन वितरण प्रणाली में धांधली होती है। मान्यवर, घर घर राशन पहुंचाने की योजना को आप मंजूरी क्यों नहीं देना चाहते, इसको आज सदन में स्पष्ट कीजिए।
गुड क्वेश्चन।
योगा को आप मंजूरी नहीं देते, राशन पे आप मंजूरी नहीं देते, आप चाहते क्या है? गरीब को राशन क्यों नहीं देना चाहते?
महोदय, मैं भी माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं भी बड़ी विनम्रता से बताना चाहूंगा कि देश में
मुझे
कानून
बड़ी खुशी
व्यवस्था
है कि आप दोनों विनम्रता का प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं।
बड़ी विनम्रता से आपके समक्ष रखना चाहूंगा कि देश में एक कानून है, कानून व्यवस्था से देश चलता है और कानून ने प्रावधान ऐसे बनाए जिससे कोई भी राज्य सरकार अगर धांधलेबाजी करना चाहे तो उसको रोका जा सके, और यही दिल्ली की स्कीम कोर्ट द्वारा नामंजूर करी गई है। सरकार, एक मिनट सर, इसके बारे में थोड़ा विस्तार से, क्योंकि इनको गलत फहमियां ठीक करने की आवश्यकता है। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, इन्होंने इस बात को नजरअंदाज किया है। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, इन्होंने इस बात को नजरअंदाज किया है कि फ्री फेयर प्राइस शॉप भी राज्य सरकार के अंतर्गत चलती है। एक्शन क्यों नहीं लेते अगर वो गलत काम कर रहे हैं? राज्य सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है कि वो उसमें एक्शन ले। और ये घर घर के नाम पे चोरी करना चाहते हैं। दिल्ली की सरकार हर चीज में चोरी करके धांधलेबाजी से गरीब का अनाज चोरी करने का एक नया प्रयोग, पहले दारू में चोरी, अब अनाज में चोरी, ये चोरी के सरकार चोरी को इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज करना चाहती है।
मंत्री जी बैठिए, सुभाष चंद्र।
I have a point of order. I have a point of order, sir. This is in relation to Rule 47, Sub-Rule 2. Rule 47, Sub-Rule 2 says, the right to ask a question is governed by the following conditions. And there are 22 conditions. For the person who will raise the question, for the honorable member who will raise the question, that there is no such conditionality insofar the ministers are concerned while giving the reply. Just now, I have found this House has witnessed that in reply to a supplementary question of Honorable Member Mr. Sanjay Singh, the Honorable Minister characterized the state government as a chore, thief government. Whether this is admissible under the rules, I put it for your kind consideration.
There are two things I need to indicate. One, there is no point of order during this tenure, this period. Am I right?
Yeah. But you have allowed,
question hour.
Sir, you have allowed.
One.
With your consent, I have raised the point of order.
There is no question of point of order in question hour. Number two, the honorable member has raised an issue which we all must consider. I'll look into it. Yes. I'm so.
Thank you, sir. Sir, my
Subhash Chandra Pilli, please. Yes.
Not mine.
Thank you, sir.
I was appreciating your patience, but the patience continued beyond a limit.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I am putting my straight question, sir. Can the Honorable Minister state the reasons why the targeted public distribution system in Andhra Pradesh covers only 61% of rural and 41% of urban population, when compared to the stipulated coverage of 75% rural and 50% of urban population under National Food Security Act? I also request the Honorable Minister to revise the coverage of beneficiaries by TDPS and NFSA as recommended by Niti Aayog.
Honorable Minister.
This is unfortunately a legacy of the very ill-drafted AP Reorganization Act, in which a lot of questions were left unanswered. It was done in a hurry, because of which, when the allocation of free food grain between Telangana and Andhra Pradesh was decided, it was probably not very scientific, and Andhra Pradesh feels that they have been unjustly deprived of the right amount of coverage. Telangana was given a greater share compared to Andhra Pradesh. It was done before this government came in. It was based on the census of 2011. And ideally, when the census of 2021 happened, we would have been able to look into the matter afresh. Unfortunately, due to the COVID pandemic, we have not yet been able to conduct the census. I'm sure, and I have assured the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh during several conversations, that when the census data, current census data comes out, we will know exactly which state should get what quantity. I received it as a legacy. Was probably done in a hurry, but sadly it's beyond my power under the NFSA to change it. Thank you, sir.
Shri,
Based on 2000 census. If only you can conduct the census,
Shri
this problem will
Jawar
not have
Sarkar.
arisen. You are repeatedly post.
Shri Jawar Sarkar.
Sir, for this opportunity. I have only one simple and sharp question addressed to the Honorable Minister. Are we heading for a food crisis? I have figures with me. We have stocks, usually stocks of about 25 million to 26 million tons of wheat at the beginning of the year. We have around 29 to 30 million tons of rice at the end of the year. And last year's procurement was an all-time record, last year's procurement. But in this current year and in the previous year, we have consumed a lot thanks to the Prime Minister's Yojana scheme, the free food scheme. The net question is that both wheat has been impacted, sir. As you know, wheat has been impacted by the heat wave and other factors. And, sir, rice, paddy has also been badly impacted.
Honorable
they have
Minister,
been
the question has been asked.
reflected on the procurement figures.
Honorable
So we
Minister.
are in a shortage state. We are in a shortage state, Honorable Minister,
Honorable
and I would
Minister,
like government
question is
to
very clear.
admit it and take steps.
Honorable Chairman, sir, that question is in two parts. I'll give a sharp and short reply for the first part.
Sir, give short, polite, and
Very
modest.
polite, sir.
Sharp may be avoided.
Have you seen me ever lose my temper in any of the question answers,
No,
sir?
I know Jawar Sarkar ji, he will not take a sharp reply. He will take a modest reply.
Okay, so I'll, with all due modesty, sir,
Yes.
share with the honorable members through you, sir, that the country, thanks to the very deft management of the economy by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, will not face any food shortage in the years to come.
Yes.
I can assure the honorable member, we are carefully calibrating and managing our stocks of buffer stocks, of rice, wheat, of different other products where we have buffer stocks on pulses. We are very deftly managing and calibrating import duties, export duties to ensure that our stocks remain intact. And while the world may face a food deficit, fortunately, because we are monitoring it on a daily basis, with the Honorable Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, heading a group of ministers continuously monitoring inflation and stock levels and other associated fiscal and monetary measures, we have been able to control scarcity as well as control inflation. As regards this other point on buffer stocks, our buffer stocks are within norms, despite, as I said earlier, doubling the food allocation. Nearly 1,100 lakh metric ton of rice and wheat has been distributed free of charge to 80 crore people. It's a humongous quantity. Thanks to the record procurement, we were able to feed every single person. And as I said earlier, zero starvation deaths.
Yes, yes.
And I'm sure you'll appreciate that Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana, particularly in the stress of COVID, was one of the most important schemes that saved the country. Honorable Vice President, Chairman, sir, you yourself have received accolades in your international visits about this scheme, sir.
Question number 35, Shri Ajit Kumar Bhuyan.
Question number 45.
Honorable Minister.
Statement is laid on the table, sir.
Supplementary one.
From Honorable Minister's reply, I came to know that there was an inquiry or investigation on the aspect of irregularities in the construction work. But now, I would like to know that if there is no construction defects, then how the part of the Lamjung-Silchar portion of track, which is the only connectivity of Barak Valley of Assam and to the states of Tripura, Manipur and Mizoram, is washed away during the rainy seasons everywhere, leading to untold misery to the people of these areas.
Honorable Minister.
And another point, and the same question, that Northeast Frontier Railway...
Let the Honorable Minister respond.
No, sir, this is the same question, sir. Part of the same question.
You get one more supplement. You get one more supplement, Honorable Minister.
सर, पहले मैं आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं आपके डीप विजडम और लॉ की जो बहुत वास्ट नॉलेज है और पब्लिक सर्विस में आपका जो लंबा अनुभव है उससे इस हाउस को बहुत फ़ायदा होगा सर, बहुत बेनिफिट होगा और नए हाइट पे पहुंचेगा यहाँ पे डिबेट सर। मैं क्वेश्चन के आंसर पे आता हूँ। लमडिंग सिल्चर गेज कन्वर्जन का जो काम हुआ था सर 1996 में सैंक्शन हुआ था, 2010 से 2015 के बीच में इस पे काम हुआ था। माननीय सांसद महोदय ने जो प्रश्न पूछा है कि क्या इसके ऊपर कोई इंक्वायरी हुई थी और इंक्वायरी में अगर कुछ नहीं मिला तो वॉश आउट क्यों हुआ, ये आपका प्रश्न है। इसमें इंक्वायरी हुई थी सर, सीवीसी के एक पूरा पैनल बनाया गया था, उस पैनल ने जाके इंक्वायरी की थी, इंक्वायरी में कुछ भी नहीं मिला था और इसके अलावा भी अगर कोई पॉइंट अगर आ जाता किसी के जानकारी में हो तो हम उसको स्वीकार करने के लिए तैयार हैं। जो मई में बहुत ज़बरदस्त एक साथ क्लाउड बर्स्ट जैसी बारिश हुई उसके कारण नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बहुत सारी जगह रेलवे लाइन, हाईवे, प्राइवेट हाउसेस, फार्म लैंड्स सबको डैमेज हुआ था। लेकिन सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट बात ये जानने की सर कि मई में डैमेज हुआ विद इन अ पीरियड ऑफ some 38 to 40 days, entire network was restored in a record time with very good efforts by the entire team, including the state government and the central government together.
Second supplementary.
I would like to know that is there any lapses, are there any lapses in planning or execution? And at the same time, whether any inquiry has been conducted to ascertain the cause of massive damage in the section in the recent flood, and how much amount had to expended to put the railway traffic.
Honorable Minister.
मई के महीने में जो बारिश आई थी, it was almost like a cloud burst. और केवल इस सेक्शन की बात नहीं है, पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में विशेषकर जो आसाम और मणिपुर के कुछ एरियाज हैं उसमें बहुत वास्ट डैमेज हुआ था, बहुत बड़े फ्लड्स थे। इसके लिए जो राज्य सरकारों ने और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने मिलके जो काम किया उसको सबसे पहले अभिनंदनीय है सर। वो काम इतनी बड़ी मैसिव फ्लड में भी एक बहुत ही मेथोडिकल तरीके से, एक बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से, एक प्रॉम्प्ट रिस्पांस से काम हुआ है। रिस्टोरेशन वर्क पे फोकस किया गया। और जो माननीय सांसद पूछ रहे हैं कि कोई प्रॉब्लम आई, सर कोई भी नई रेलवे लाइन जब भी बनती है उसको स्टेबलाइज होने में करीब 10 से 12 साल लगते हैं सर।
मनोज कुमार झा।
शुक्रिया माननीय सभापति महोदय। माननीय मंत्री जी हैं, तो एक तरह से मैं ये कहूं कि ये न थी हमारी किस्मत की विशाल यार, तो आज विशाल यार भी हुआ। मैं चूंकि प्रश्न इससे संबंधित नहीं है, फिर भी मैं चाहता हूं कि रेलवे का मामला है, मैं आपसे पहले भी मिल चुका हूं, हजारों की संख्या में जिनके रिक्रूटमेंट की सारी प्रोसेस हो गई थी टेक्नीशियंस की, उनमें से अभी भी स्टैंड बाय और वेटिंग क्लियर होना बाकी है, क्योंकि रेलवे हमारे लिए सिर्फ व्यावसायिक उद्यम नहीं है, रेलवे के पीछे सामाजिक सरोकार है। इस पर ध्यान दें माननीय मंत्री महोदय।
टोटली अनरिलेटेड क्वेश्चन है, फिर भी मैं मान्य सांसद जी की जानकारी के लिए कहना चाहूँगा, आज रेलवे करीब 1.5 लाख लोगों को रोजगार देने के लिए एक बहुत ही ट्रांसपेरेंट प्रोसेस से रिक्रूटमेंट का प्रोसेस कर रही है। आज आप जानिए एनटीपीसी कैटेगरीज हो, ग्रुप डी की कैटेगरी हो, कितना ट्रांसपेरेंटली कंप्यूटर बेस्ड एग्जामिनेशन हो रहा है। कहीं पर भी पूरी तरह से चौकन्ने हम लोग कि बाई चांस कोई दलाल बीच में आके प्रॉब्लम भी करना चाहे, उनके ऊपर भी एक्शन लिया जा रहा है। और जो पुराने वेट लिस्टेड कैंडिडेट्स थे, उसमें करीब 70% कैंडिडेट्स को ऑलरेडी दिया जा चुका है।
क्वेश्चन नंबर 36, सुशील कुमार गुप्ता। ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर।
सभा पटल पर रख दिया गया।
सप्लीमेंट्री 1।
फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट्री सर, माननीय मंत्री जी ने जैसा अपने आंसर के अंदर बताया, 2022 में
सप्लीमेंट्री
चावल के भाव जनवरी से लेकर नवंबर तक 4 रुपए किलो बढ़ गए। 60% हिंदुस्तान चावल खाता है। पानी की कमी के कारण कुछ राज्यों में चावल की जगह दूसरी खेती को प्रोत्साहित किया जा रहा है। मेरा सवाल है, क्या केंद्र सरकार किसानों को अधिक चावल उगाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करेगी और कैसे करेगी, और पानी वाले राज्यों के अंदर विशेषकर?
माननीय सभापति जी, मैं आपके माध्यम से माननीय सदस्य को अवगत करवाना चाहूँगा कि चावल की खेती निश्चित रूप से देश के अंदर जो हो रही है, उसमें लगभग 31 करोड़ टन है जो पूरा उत्पादन होता है, उसमें से 13 करोड़ टन है वो चावल का उत्पादन होता है। लेकिन जैसा कि आपने कहा कि भाव की बात है, तो निश्चित रूप से समय समय पर भाव का उतार चढ़ाव होता है और ज़्यादा वेरिएशन भी नहीं हुआ है। पहले जितना देखा जाए तो बहुत कम उतार चढ़ाव हुआ है, और इसको लेकर सरकार निश्चित रूप से हमेशा सरकार भाव कंट्रोल करने का भी ध्यान रखती है और साथ ही कंज्यूमर का भी ध्यान रखती है और किसान को भी सही दाम मिले। दोनों चीज़ों को ध्यान में रखकर सरकार काम करती है और इसको बढ़ावा देने के लिए और सरकार के जो प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। मैंने
सेकंड सप्लीमेंट्री,
रिटेल बाजार में 6 रुपए किलो बढ़ गया, आप कह रहे भी कम बढ़ा और बढ़ेगा। आम व्यक्ति का क्या हालात हो रही है देश के अंदर, ये जानने की बात है। मैं आपसे निवेदन कर रहा हूं, किसान भी इस परेशानी से जूझ रहा है। किसान की आय बढ़ाने के लिए, विदेशी मुद्रा अर्जित करने के लिए, अच्छे चावल की निर्यात की गुणवत्ता बढ़ाने के लिए कृषि अनुसंधान केंद्रों पे इस 5 वर्ष में कितने अनुसंधान किए गए चावल की उन्नत किस्म को बढ़ाने के लिए?
ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर।
बताते हुए खुशी है कि आईसीआर के द्वारा लगातार प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं और कई वैरायटियां हैं जो चावल की इजाद की गई है और एक्सपोर्ट की दृष्टि से भी कई नई वैरायटियां इजाद की है, जिसमें मैं आपको बताऊंगा पूसा बासमती के तौर पर भी नई वैरायटियां आई है। इसके अंदर जैसा कि एक हमारी जो वैरायटी है जिसमें RI 64 है और एक RI स्वर्णा भी है, और इस तरह से टोटल वैरायटियां हैं वो 8 नई वैरायटियां अभी पिछले 1-2 साल के अंदर नई वैरायटी आई है, जिससे कि वो विदेश के अंदर जाती है। तो कुल मिला के कुछ यूरोपियन कंट्री के अंदर एक विषय आया था जिसमें हमारे जो किसान पेस्टिसाइड का उपयोग करते हैं, ट्राइक्लोजोल जो उपयोग करते हैं, उसकी वजह से उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन किया। लेकिन अब उसी की ध्यान में रखते हुए ये जो नई वैरायटियां तैयार की है जिसके अंदर जिंक है, प्रोटीन की मात्रा अधिक हो, तो ऐसी वैरायटियां तैयार की है जिसकी वजह से आज उत्पाद जो एक्सपोर्ट है उसमें भी लगातार वृद्धि हो रही है। और मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि पिछले साल की बनिस्बत इस साल जस्ट जो 2021-22 में जो एक्सपोर्ट चावल हुआ था वह 1.7 करोड़ टन था, जो इस साल बढ़कर 2.12 करोड़ टन हो गया है।
House stands adjourned till 2:30 p.m.
नुकसान का केंद्रीय टीम से सर्वे कराकर उचित मुआवजा दिलाया जाए, जिससे अति पिछड़े जनपदों के किसानों, गरीब मजदूरों को बाढ़ से इस आपदा से राहत मिल सके। धन्यवाद।
सर, मैं आपके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि सर आपने मुझे शून्यकाल में बोलने का अवसर प्रदान किया। माननीय महोदय, मैं सदन के माध्यम से सरकार का और आपका एक अत्यंत ही गंभीर विषय के संदर्भ में ध्यान आकृष्ट करना चाहता हूं। सर, आजकल पूरे बिहार में, पटना सहित जो राजधानी है उसके सहित पूरे बिहार में बड़े पैमाने पर युवा शक्ति जो है सर, नौजवान जो हैं, सूखे नशे के आदी हो गए, जिसके वजह से पूरे बिहार में नौजवानों का जो एक बड़ा तबका है वो बर्बाद हो रहा है सर। वहाँ सूखा नशा में सर गांजा, ड्रग्स, नशीली इंजेक्शन, सॉल्यूशन, व्हाइटनर इत्यादि पूरे गिरफ्त में आ गई है सर। वहाँ पर बिहार सरकार ने नशाबंदी लागू कर रखा है सर, मगर उनके गलत नीतियों की वजह से नशाबंदी पूरे तौर पर बिहार में लागू नहीं है जी। और उसके अलावे नशाबंदी तो है और बड़े पैमाने पर शराब और नशा की चीज आ रही है सर जी। आर्थिक लॉस तो हो ही रहा है, बस सबसे चिंता का विषय है कि नशाबंदी आपने किया, सफलता हासिल नहीं कर पाए, जमीन पर नहीं उतार पाए, और वह युवा जो है पूरी शक्ति चेंज हो गई है। घर का घर बर्बाद हो रहा है, नौजवान की जिंदगी जा रही है सर, परिवार का परिवार बर्बाद हो रहा है, अपराध की घटनाएं बढ़ रही है, मां और बहन की।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। मौलाना आजाद नेशनल फेलोशिप was an important scholarship scheme for research scholars from Muslim, Christian, Sikh, Jain, Buddhist and Parsi communities. Yesterday I was answered in Lok Sabha by the Ministry of Minority Affairs with a statement that government has decided to stop Maulana Azad National Fellowship. It is really shocking, and it will affect many aspiring research scholars from various minority communities. Honorable Ministry says that the Maulana Azad National Fellowship is overlapping with other scholarship. If there is such overlapping issues, the government shall systematically solve that issue. Cancelling the entire scheme is not a wise idea. If there is no Maulana Azad Fellowship, the students from minority sections who are not coming under other reservation criteria like OBC, SC and ST will be pushed away from all fellowship schemes. The decision to discontinue a fellowship named after Maulana Azad, who is India's first education minister, is an insult of his legacy. I kindly request Honorable Minister of Minority Affairs to withdraw the decision to stop Maulana Azad National Fellowship immediately.
दोपहर 2:05 तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
आज़ादी के बाद देश की पहली लोकसभा के स्पीकर जीवी मावलंकर थे। मराठी परिवार से संबंध रखने वाले जीवी मावलंकर का अधिकांश जीवन अहमदाबाद में गुजरा। दादा साहेब के नाम से मशहूर मावलंकर ने भारतीय संसदीय लोकतंत्र में ऐसे मानदंड स्थापित किए जिनकी मिसाल आज दुनिया देती है। मावलंकर को लोकसभा के जनक की उपाधि से भी सम्मानित किया गया था। पहली लोकसभा के अध्यक्ष के तौर पर जीवी मावलंकर ने न सिर्फ संसद भवन में नियम और प्रक्रियाओं को पेश किया, बल्कि कई संशोधन भी वो लेकर के आए थे। सदन में प्रश्नकाल को नियमित जीवी मावलंकर ने किया, जिसके बाद जनता के प्रति सरकार की जवाबदेही और बढ़ गई। काफी कड़ाई के साथ वो संसद भवन में मान मर्यादा का पालन करते थे और सांसदों से भी करवाते थे। सांसदों को शपथ दिलवाने की शुरुआत जीवी मावलंकर ने की थी। एक बार उनको संबोधित करते हुए उन्होंने कहा कि अगर आपका नाम लेने में मुझसे कुछ गलती हो जाती है तो आप मुझे माफ कर देना। गुजरात में उन्होंने कई स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में भाग लिया, जिस दौरान 6 साल उन्हें जेल में भी रहना पड़ा था। लोकसभा के पहले अध्यक्ष के अलावा उनकी पहचान एक महान स्वतंत्रता सेनानी के तौर पर भी है। उनके योगदान को देश कभी भी नहीं भूल सकता है।
स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन की नायिका मातंगिनी हाजरा, जिन्होंने ये साबित कर दिया कि देश के लिए मर मिटने की कोई उम्र नहीं होती। वर्ष 1932 में अपनी झोपड़ी के बाहर से निकलने वाले सविनय अवज्ञा आंदोलन के जुलूस का शंखनाद से स्वागत करने वाली मातंगिनी 62 वर्ष की उम्र में आजादी के आंदोलन से जुड़ी। वर्ष 1942 में भारत छोड़ो आंदोलन के दौरान तामलुक में इसकी कमान मातंगिनी हाजरा ने संभाली। मातंगिनी ने तामलुक में एक बड़ी रैली निकालने का निश्चय किया और 29 सितंबर को 6000 लोगों के जुलूस के साथ मातंगिनी हाजरा तामलुक थाने की ओर चली।
जनता के
माननीय सभासदों, माननीय सभापति जी,
supplementary demands for grants 2022-23, Shri Pankaj Chaudhary.
महोदय, अपनी वरिष्ठ सहयोगी श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण की ओर से मैं इन पूरक अनुदान मांगों को 2022-2023 को दर्शाने वाला विवरण अंग्रेजी और हिंदी में सभा पटल पर प्रस्तुत करता हूँ।
Private members, legislative business, bills for introduction. Now let me tell the honorable members, let us follow a procedure. You know it more than I do. If there is any objection, you will have a right to say. And the only mechanism to avail that right, you already indicated, you may further indicate. Each of you will get an opportunity to put your point rationally and briefly. One, the Uniform Civil Code in India Bill 2020, Dr. Kirodi Lal Meena to move for leave.
I move
to introduce the Uniform Civil Code in India Bill.
Yes. I
One sec. No, one sec.
अरे इंट्रोड्यूस होने दो। बोलिए बोलिए आप बोलिए ना।
I move to introduce a bill to provide for the constitution of National Inspection and Investigation Committee for preparation of Union Civil Code and its implementation.
Order. Would you please take your seat, all of you? Can I appeal to you? Does the member have a right to bring a bill, private member bill? Answer is yes. Whether it will be taken further depends on the mandate of this House. The member has unqualified right to go to the extent I am indicating. Those of you who have point in support or otherwise and are keen to make an input, can it be done in a chorus? Can it be in a fashion that it will open Pandora's box? Wait for your turn, one by one, let the nation know his stand, your stand, and then ultimately the wisdom of the House. That's the only way. I will sit for days and days on Friday till midnight. But let us follow this situation. I hope I'm on the same page. I hope. Okay. So, Dr. Kirodi Lal Meena. One seat. Once he moves, you'll get a turn.
I move for leave to introduce a bill to provide for the constitution of the National Inspection and Investigation Committee for preparation of Union Civil Code and its implementation throughout the territory of India and for matter connected therewith or incidental hereto.
Please, take your seat. Honorable member, please take your seat. Once there is a slip from your side, you will get full opportunity. Take recourse to the rule. Please take your seat. let us not generate optics beyond what is permissible by the rules. I have all the intelligent approach. Please. Sir, take your seat, sir. Would you please take your seat? Sir, I am on the chair. I am on the chair. If I am on the chair and standing, please take your seat first. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. I appeal to the honorable member. I have indicated with clarity something which is constitutional premise. We have to decide things here by dialogue, discussion, and deliberation, which means in a methodical manner, everyone will have his or her say. Can we be so chaotic? Anyone will rise and say anything one likes? If you have a point, when I call your name, say everything you wish to. If I find all that you have said is in accordance with law, it will go on record. If any member makes an observation which I find is not in accord with law, I will take a call on that. So we will follow the rule. You must send your slips. All those who, if you have given notice, it is with me. If you have given notice, it is with me. Wait for my call. No. Motion moved. There are 3 notices. One is given by Sri Vaiko, Sri Abdul Wahab, and a joint notice given by Sri Ilama Ram Karim, Sri Vikas Ranjan Bhattacharya, Dr. V. Sivdasan, Dr. John Britas, and Dr. Sri A. Rahim, opposing the introduction of the Uniform Civil Code in India Bill 2020. Dr. Kirodimal Meena.
I also to introduce the bill.
Would the honorable member like to say anything about the bill?
बोलना चाहते हो? बिल पे कुछ बोलना है तो बाद में बोले ना अभी भी बोल सकते हो थोड़ा बहुत बोल दो सर कंसिडरेशन के समय मैं इसमें विस्तृत सदन में जानकारी दूंगा उस समय चर्चा की जाएगी
Okay. He has made his point. I now call up, 1 second. Take your seat. 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 Please take your seat. Honorable member, take your seat. Honorable member, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Next. Take your seat, honorable member. Please take your seat. Take your seat. 1 second. Take your seat. Chairman, if you have respect for the chairman, would you for a minute take your seat? Take your seat. Please. Take your seat. I urge you to take your seat. Take your seat first. Honorable member, please take your seat. Honorable member, I am urging you to take your seat so that I can proceed further. Take your seat, please. Take your seat. Wait for my next direction. Take your seat. Resume your seat. Honorable member, take your seat. See what I do. Take your seat first. I appeal to you, honorable member, I appeal to you to take your seat. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Please. Please take your seat. Honorable member, please take your seat. First, take your seat. I will go according to rule. Take your seat. Take your seat first. Please take your seat. Take your seat. Please take your, you will find highest traditions being maintained. Mr. Waiko, please take your seat. Mr. Waiko, please take your seat. This is what, first please take your seat. You don't have respite even for 5 minutes. Take your seat, Mr. Waiko. Mr. Waiko, please take your seat. Take your seat. Please take your seat. Take your seat. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Mr. Waiko, don't force me beyond a limit. You, Mr. Waiko, nothing goes on record. Nothing will go on record. Mr. Waiko is required to take his seat. Honorable members, I seek your protection. What I was going to do was to call upon Mr. Waiko and thereafter others to express their view on this. He wouldn't allow. He would like to have his way. This is not a physical affair. I'm extremely in anguish. Disillusionment of the people at large is to an extreme degree. Here is a chairperson who is giving you fullest opportunity. You don't want to avail it. I was reading out. These are the gentlemen who have given notice. Each of them will have their say. You don't allow me. Are we here to generate optics? Are we here to generate theatrics? Are we here to generate an impression that we are a house in mess? We don't believe in decorum, in rational approach. I appeal to you with heavy heart and great pain. For heaven's sake, believe in yourselves. Believe in rule of law. Let us not get ridiculed in the public at large. The expectations of 1.3 billion people from us are enormous. Let us not fail them. I call upon, one second, I call upon Sri Waiko. Take your seat, Mr. Waiko. What I'm saying, I call upon Sri Waiko to make his input on this.
Consists of so many religions, so many faiths, so many languages, so many cultures. So this is a country of so many nationalities. It is not one nationality. So, no, my view, I am putting my view, I am entitled to put my view. Patriotism is not the monopoly of you people. Patriotism is not the monopoly of you people. You may have majority. You may have majority. With your brutal majority, you don't want, or you want to destroy everything.
Address the chair. Address the chair. Okay. Address the chair. Address the chair. Address the chair. Address the chair. Everyone has to keep calm and composure. Address the chair. Address the chair.
We want to respect the chairman.
Address.
Keeping quiet means we want to respect the chairman.
Nice. Take your seat. Only Mr. Vaiko will be on his legs. Mr. Vaiko will have time to make his input on this significant issue. Let us give him rapt attention. And I would appeal to everyone not to be agitated. He has full right and protection of the chair to express his opinion. And no one in the House should interrupt him or take position while he is speaking. You are allowed to take your position only when your turn is there. Mr. Vaiko, you may go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I am so thankful to you for permitting me to put my views. They are implementing one after another of the agenda of RSS and BJP. They have finished Kashmir. Now they have come to common civil code. So in that manner, where we are going, where we are leading towards the disaster of the country and disintegration of the country. And the minority people are terribly hurt. Their sentiments have been totally annoyed. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, kindly see the bill is not introduced today. Last time they tried. Then when they thought they could not get a majority, they did not proceed. They ran away. This time they have got majority. Therefore, they are trying to bulldoze this thing. But this will lead to worse disaster and danger to the country. It is the day of shame and sorrow. I am very sorry. Today we have to go through this. If you are pleased, you kindly allow them not to introduce the bill. This is my view.
Shri Abdul Wahab.
Thank you very much. Regarding this uniform civil code, so many times it has come, tested, and this is a sort of provocation deliberately our BJP friends are doing. See, this uniform civil code, it cannot be implemented in India. With whatever majority, with whatever force, this is not going to be happening. This simple civil code, not the criminal code. If they are not what you call tolerable for that one, everywhere the intolerance is there. But at least let us do our civil service, civil law as our own. There is no point, and it is not big thing also. Uniform civil code, there is only few areas they took. Otherwise, everybody is agreeing. I am very sorry about our Congress friends are not there in the bench. That is my first reaction.
Congress in Kerala.
So we are against you. That's Vekoji, we are against Marxists. That is the only problem. That's no problem. So
Congress there, sir.
instead of telling so many things, I appeal. Our friend last time also came. It was maybe Rajesh Sinha or some Sinha. But every time, no, Rajesh Sinha was there about the children, about birth control and all. Anyway, I request our honorable member to take back that one. When it is right, when the government feels, let them take. Please don't make another intolerance in the community now. Anyway, you are going to pass this one because especially, see, we few people here. But it is not for the benefit of India. It is not for the benefit of our nation. That is why I request, earnestly request, my friend to take back this bill. Thank you.
Shri Ilamaram Karim.
Yes, sir. Sir, thank you, sir. We have given the notice prior to introducing that the bill. Sir, we thought that before allowing to introduce that bill, you will dispose our request. Anyhow, you first call him and he introduced. Earlier occasions.
Motion for leave.
Earlier occasions, he was withdrawing. He was kept absence in the house and it was not introduced in this house. See, our country is a secular country. Our constitution giving protection to all sections of these people. Uniform Civil Code is a controversial subject. There are so many other principles. Why you are not implementing that principles?
Please,
The wealth should not be allowed to accumulate in
no
a few hands.
crossroads.
That is a constitutional principle. You know.
Keep conduct.
Why you are not insisting on that?
Yes, honorable member, address the chair.
Decent wages should be given to the workers. Why you are not implementing that? Only you are very particular on this issue. That is your agenda. We are not about that. Sir, before bringing such a legislation, we should have wide consultation with different communities, with religions, with sections of the people. Otherwise, it will make difference between the people. It will burn the country. So I earnestly request, sir, ask him to withdraw the bill from this house.
Vikas Ranjan Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. My honest appeal would be to the member who has introduced the bill to reconsider whether he wants the unity of the country or he wants to expedite the diversity to be destroyed. Unity in diversity is the philosophy in India, which India was built up through centuries. Now, I just request the member to consider the Constitution Assembly debate. In that those debate, all things were discussed. Ultimately, we have given a call, we the people of India. That is the final call for unity. Not go for making division and division. Country is now facing a crisis. Let us restore the unity. Let us restore the civility so that the country may smoothly progress as the Honorable Prime Minister, according to you, desires to. The division amongst the people would not help you either to grow economically or socially. Therefore, my honest appeal to the member, please wait. Wait, let the society get mature, let the society discuss among themselves, let the people feel they are one in one. By imposing your forceful things, you are going to destroy the structure. Therefore, please do not destroy the structure of the country and withdraw this. This is my honest appeal.
Dr. V. Shivdasan.
Respected Chair, here, I think these kind of bills, the main aim of this type of bills is to ruin the strength, ruin the unity of the nation. India, the basic principle of our nation is unity in diversity. So we should protect the unity in diversity. So my humble request to the member to withdraw the proposed bill. This is my request. So India is not built by the bricks and stones. India is built by the spirit of the fighters of freedom movement.
Dr. John Britas.
Sir, it's with a heavy heart I am objecting under Rule 67, the introduction of this bill. Sir, the Treasury benches always harp on the fact that Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. But whatever they do is against the spirit of the slogan which they try to raise always. Sir, why the Law Commission, 21st Law Commission, concluded in its report, I am quoting, sir, a uniform civil code is neither necessary nor desirable. That was the sum and substance of the recommendation of the 21st Law Commission, and I think the Law Minister should be aware of that. If he gets some time, if he takes his hand away from attacking the Supreme Court, he should be having some thought about it. Sir, why this piece of legislation against the spirit of the Constitution? That is the point which the honorable member and the Treasury benches have to think about it, sir. Sir, now there is a strange situation that has happened. In the name of Uniform Civil Code, there are numerous civil codes that have come up in different states. There is a civil code for Himachal Pradesh, civil code for Gujarat, civil code for all the BJP ruled state. So essentially it beats their decision to have a uniform civil code. So this is supposed to be an uncivil code. It's not a civil code. And sir, let us be very clear about the fact that we should not use a piece of legislation to create polarization in the society and also something which is detrimental for the unity of this nation. I strongly object and also implead and request the member, please withdraw this bill immediately. Thank you very much.
Shri A. Rahim.
This is mere political exercise of Sangha Parivar. Already so many of my colleagues stated over the issue. Sir, India is a land of pluralism. Pluralism is the soul and heart of our constitution and our country. Sir, this is very highly controversial issue. The RSS people, the Sangha Parivar, most often they has been using this issue as a political tool, mere political tool. Sir, my humble request is that this house, so many times you mentioned here regarding the credibility and integrity of this house. Sir, I would like to underline your own way regarding the integrity of this house. Sir, we should keep our integrity in this house, and we should not take a political card in this house. Sir, once again, I would like to remember this house and all of us, our members. India is a land of pluralism. India is the largest country of the world, largest democratic country, largest secularist country, and also we have to pay and we have to memorize our freedom fighters. This is the land of Bhagat Singh. This is the land of Udham Singh, Shahid Udham Singh, who is popularly known as Ram Muhammad Singh Azad. Proudly I can say I am here from Kerala, I am coming from Kerala, who is the land of Ayyanna hero Wakam Abdul Qadir. So I would like to, again and again, I would like to pray before Honorable Chair to please, you please insist him to withdraw the bill, and I am strongly condemned on this.
Professor Ram Gopal Yadav.
धन्यवाद श्रीमान। मेरा पहला ऐतराज तो ये है कि ये जो बिल जिस पर हम लोग ऐतराज कर रहे हैं, ये बेसिकली संविधान के ही खिलाफ है, संविधान की कुछ धाराओं के खिलाफ है। ये आर्टिकल 26B देखिए आप, और 29(1). 26B में ये है, ये फंडामेंटल राइट्स में है सर। (26B) में है, सब्जेक्ट टू पब्लिक ऑर्डर, morality and health, every religious denomination or any section thereof shall have the right to manage its own affairs and matters of religion. आर्टिकल 29(1) में कहते हैं कल्चरल एंड एजुकेशन राइट्स में any section of the citizens residing in the territory of India or any part thereof having a distinct language, script or culture of its own shall have the right to conserve the same. मेरा इन्हीं 2 आर्टिकल्स को लेके और कुछ अन्य बातों को लेके गंभीर इस पर ऐतराज है। संविधान के आपने शुरू में सर कहा था कि अगर संविधान के अनुकूल कोई बात है तो उसको रखने से, इंट्रोड्यूस करने से कोई रोक नहीं सकता है, लेकिन संविधान के अगर प्रतिकूल है तब तो उसे रोका ही जा सकता। आपको इसे अलाउ भी नहीं करना चाहिए थे और इनको विड्रॉ कर लेना चाहिए। सर, संविधान सभा में हिंदुस्तान के उस वक्त की इंटेलेक्चुअल क्रीम थी, डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर से लेके श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी तक। बहुत काबिल, बहुत विद्वान लोग थे। अगर हम लोग उनसे ज़्यादा काबिल समझते हैं तो ईश्वर रक्षा करे। उन्होंने इसीलिए इन सब बातों को बचाने के लिए कि जो माइनॉरिटी में हैं लोग, उनके कहीं सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक और अन्य अधिकारों पर को बुलडोज न किया जा सके, संविधान के मौलिक अधिकारों में इसकी व्यवस्था की थी। हम जानते हैं, देखिए, मुस्लिम्स में चचेरी बहन से शादी करना सबसे अच्छा माना जाता है। क्या हिंदुओं में ऐसा संभव है? आप समान संहिता की बात करते हैं तो इधर से लागू करोगे या उधर से लागू करोगे? इसलिए ये अनावश्यक बातें, अब देश में शांति बनाए रखो। 15-15 लाख रुपया लोगों की जेबों तक पहुंचाने का काम करो। ये काम ये वापस कर लो मीना साहब। ये 75 साल के बाद आपको कोई पूछेगा नहीं। और ये सब दिक्कत ये है कि सब 75 साल जो, अरे आप राष्ट्रपति के लिए, उपराष्ट्रपति के लिए तो नहीं। इसलिए मेरा अनुरोध है कि जनहित में संविधान को देखते हुए भी, लोगों की मंशा को देखते हुए, देश में कहीं किसी तरह से अविश्वास न किसी के प्रति हो, सत्ता में बैठे हुए लोगों के प्रति कोई अविश्वास न हो, इस बिल को वापस लेने का मैं अनुरोध मीना साहब से करता हूं, आपके माध्यम से।
श्री संतोष कुमार।
I would like to withdraw this very dangerous bill through you, sir. And my party has a principled stand on this issue of uniform civil codes. We believe in the unity of this country and not in the uniformity. So what we need is unity, not uniformity. We are a country with hundreds of religions, castes, and we have different types of civil codes also. So we need to think about this issue seriously, and this is not time to initiate such a legal proceeding. This will further endanger the secular credentials of this country. These people have already divided Indian villages, created the feeling of India-Pak in almost all villages of this country. They want to enhance that division further. So please don't allow them to introduce this dangerous bill which is detrimental to the national interests.
Shri Tiruchi Shiva.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. We are also equally against. Sir, the same bill has been listed many a time before, and on request he has not introduced. Today also we did the same, but we had a bitter experience of breach of trust that I don't want to go into that. Sir, as everyone pointed out here, this country's base is secularism and federalism. Both are at stake now. Sir, we foresee something what may happen if this bill is passed here, maybe a private member bill, because I know that because when my private member bill was passed, what were the consequences? Sir, if the bill is introduced, it becomes the property of the House. Automatically, it will be taken up for consideration. When it is taken up for consideration and debated, sir, it will be put to vote, sir, and they are having majority, and automatically it will get passed. Sir, I just again foresee what would be the mindset of the minorities in the country. Sir, we should not at any cost create an apprehension in their minds. Sir, you know very well, sir. You are well-educated and well-informed, sir. When the country partition, at the time of partition, Muhammad Ali Jinnah said, Muslims all come with me to the Pakistan. But Muslims here said, we are Muslims, but India is our nation. They all stayed there. They have contributed to the military. They have contributed to the development of the country. They have got their own religious code, and other minorities also. Sir, we should not at any cost create a panic in their mind. Sir, that's what I said, it's a Pandora's box. Sir, we are really agonized, and we see, we are all trembling, and it's unusual of our mentality because, sir, the whole country will be watching this. So I think because of having the majority, one cannot do whatever they want. Consider the future of this country, the safety of everyone, and the individual uniqueness of India should be maintained. Sir, I request the member not to introduce the bill, and you, sir, kindly protect the House, the members, and the nation's future. Thank you very much.
Shri Jayant Chaudhary.
Sir, I move for leave to introduce a bill further to amend the Constitution of India. Sir, it is the Constitution bill to amend the Articles 84 and 173.
No. Are you saying anything on this?
No. Sir, I'm just introducing the bill. If I have the opportunity, I'd like to mention what the bill is about.
No. Only introduction.
Introduction, sir.
On this. L. Hanumanthaya.
Here, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Sir, in a democracy like India, where 140 crore people are involved, many a times there will be a brutal majority in the parliaments and assemblies. No, it is called brutal majority. Any majority, exactly. I agree with that. With reference to that, I am telling, I am not afraid of telling it.
Please address the chair.
I am not, yes, sir. So, I wanted to inform honorable member to speak whenever he get a chance.
It is not expected of a member.
He cannot speak now. You can speak whenever you get a chance.
Mr. Javadekar, it was inappropriate. One second. It was inappropriate, not expected, and it is not approved.
Thank you, Chairman.
We must all maintain decorum. We are not here to create chaos. Let me remind you, the Constituent Assembly was of people of great worth, talent, and at that point, they were as representative as possible. Presently, as I have indicated in my speech also, with each election, our representation is getting deeper and deeper. This House has enormous talent. If the Constituent Assembly could traverse critical issues, complex issues, divisive issues, without there being single disruption, if it could traverse and negotiate and navigate by dialogue, debate and discussion, as a senior member, I am sure this should not happen. I appeal to everyone to observe discipline and give full expression. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Sir, as I said just now, in a democracy, any brutal majority will be a dangerous thing. And it is dangerous to the sensible democracy of any country. We have seen across the world, sir, an extreme leftist, extreme rightist will be sometime becomes dangerous to the democracy. So I feel we should not enter into such extremities in a healthy democracy like India. Sir, our Nobel laureate, Ravindranath Tagore, has always pleaded in all his literature that this country should be a pluralist country. It should not go to extremities. We cannot digest the extremities we have experienced. And sir, I wanted to bring it to your kind notice that any country across the world which has gone to the extreme decisions have suffered and their democracy was not retained. So we should not go to that extent and see that our democracy is derailed. Sir, a poet called Kuvempu in Kannada, in Karnataka, he is almost equivalent to Nobel laureate. He says, this country should be Sarva Janangada Shantiya Tota. It should be a garden of all the flowers, all the varieties. That is the real beauty of a society. That is India. That is what he said. We should retain that fabric forever. Then only this country will go for long years. We have only a small democracy of 75 years. 75 years is not a big number. It is not very long way. We have yet to cross the long way for a democracy to experience and experiment. In this situation, I don't expect this kind of extremities should come and spoil the democratic fabric of this country. I sincerely request honorable member to please withdraw and keep way for all the healthy minds to go on like this and go on forever. Thank you very much, sir.
Sri Jawahar Sarkar.
Sir, thank you very much for this opportunity. I rise in anguish to see how a bill, a private member's bill, that is totally unconstitutional, unethical, anti-secular, is being introduced as a private member's bill by an indulgent government to test the waters in a very dangerous game. In a very dangerous game. This is brinkmanship. This is brinkmanship, sir. All I say, there is still time to refrain from making demonstrations of a temporary majority and inflict a one-sided opinion on a very secular and plural India. I beseech upon the member, I seek your guidance, I beseech upon the member to take better sense and withdraw the bill. And to you, sir, to use your kind power, your wisdom, not to allow such games to be played. Thank you, sir.
Shrimati J.B. Mathur Isam.
Thank you, sir. Sir, as a beginner, I want to actually through you ask the House itself whether a private bill shouldn't the private bill be in the larger public interest? But if this is the type of a private bill, I am sorry to say that there is no public interest. This is totally against the constitutional values enshrined in our constitution, and if it is even tested the judiciary, this will definitely be struck down because it is unconstitutional and against the basic structure doctrine of as India. Sir, in our country, we believe in unity in diversity. If we are believing in unity in diversity, we can never have uniformity in diversity because uniformity and diversity are self-contradictory. Sir, I want to quote Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Democracy means tolerance, not only towards those who agree, but also towards disagree. There are immense examples happening in the country across India in terms of speeches, in terms of words, in terms of actions, where democracy is being derailed, where the minority voices are being submerged. But sir, that's not how it should be. That's not how it was not meant to be foreseen by our forefathers, Dr. Ambedkar and all other great leaders who have had their vision for our country. Sir, once again I want to quote Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, without peace, all other dreams are reduced to ashes. Sir, through you I want to tell the House that if this is the kind of law that is to be brought in, then there will not be any peace in the country. So I request through you, let this bill be withdrawn.
Honorable Chairman, sir, I'm pained to hear some of the comments which are being made using the very, very illustrious names of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, including leaders of the Congress party, the constitution makers, members of the Constituent Assembly, who in their wisdom brought this in as a directive principle. My colleague Shri Prakash Javadekar ji has referred to the constitutional provisions in this regard. I think it's the legitimate right of a member to raise an issue which is a directive principle of the Constitution. Let this subject be debated in the House. Let this subject be debated. I did not disturb you.
Mr. Vaiko, please, Honorable Leader of the House, don't have cross-talk through me. Please, Vaiko, please.
Honorable Chairman, sir.
Please sit down.
All of these issues.
Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down.
Honorable Chairman.
Please sit down.
Honorable Chairman, sir.
Please. Observe order. Please take your seat. Go ahead.
Honorable Chairman, sir.
Please. Nothing will go on record. I plead with you, have a reflective mind, take your seat. You had your say, uninterrupted, and if you want to have further say, take recourse to rules. Platform is open. But take your seat. This frequent interruption does not justice to your personality. It sends a very bad signal. Can we go to that level? We have that kind of obstinate approach. You have as much right as anyone else has. Everyone has a right. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chairman, sir. My colleague Shri Prakash Javadekar will elaborate on the constitutional provisions, but very clearly at this stage to cast aspersions on the government.
Please be brief.
To cast aspersions on the government, to use the names of the very members of the Constituent Assembly to try and criticize this bill at the introduction stage is uncalled for. I would appeal to the House that we let this be introduced. It's the members' right. And when the debate comes up on this subject, of course, everybody has a right to give their point of view. And at that time, it will be the property of the House to decide what they have to do.
Shri Manoj Kumar Jha. Shri Manoj Kumar Jha.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. Thank you very much. This bill came for introduction or on very many occasions earlier. Good sense prevailed. My friends from the BJP requested Kirori Lal Meena ji not to proceed further. I'm witness to 6 such occasions. What has changed, I don't know, sir. But a leader of the House is not here. I have read that part of making of Indian Constitution where Uniform Civil Code was discussed. Sir, partition had happened. The members were very, very certain that we should not go for a legislation which further creates barriers between people and communities. Sir, अभी G20 में हम एक पृथ्वी, एक परिवार, एक भविष्य की बात कर रहे हैं. लेकिन सर मैं पेन के लिए नहीं देने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूं. मैं माननीय सभापति महोदय जी के मैं ये कह रहा हूं सर कि उसके लिए आवश्यक है कि दुनिया को की दीवारें गिराने के लिए अपने घर की दीवारों को भी गिराना होगा. दीवारें बढ़ी हैं, कोई माने या ना माने. लोगों के बीच में अविश्वास बढ़ा है. गांव बट गए हैं, शहर बट गए. छोड़िए, मेरा और आपका परिवार बट गया. अगर इस तरह के बंटवारे के बीच में अगर इस तरह का हम बिल लाएंगे, मैं आग्रह करूंगा किरोड़ी लाल जी, आपका अपना कद भी बहुत बड़ा है, इसको कृपया पूर्वक वापस ले लीजिए. ये देश हित में नहीं है, ये हमारे सरोकारों के हित में नहीं है. ये हमको एक अंधी खाई में ले जाएगा जहां रोशनी का सुराग नहीं होगा. थैंक यू सर.
डॉक्टर फौजिया खान.
Thank you very much, Chairman, sir. Here I would like to say that the beauty of our Indian democracy and the uniqueness of India in the whole world lies in its unity in diversity. our diversity is extremely important and it has to be retained. It cannot be ravaged like this, sir. Sir, just like a rainbow in the sky where many colors are there and it gives beauty to the sky, in the same way our diversity gives beauty to our democracy, sir. And the way this bill has been trying to be introduced in the House, sir, I would only plead through you to the member, kindly withdraw this bill because, sir, it is not in consonance with the uniqueness of our democracy, which it is just not a Muslim-Hindu issue. It's a question of diversities in every way. It doesn't deal with Muslims or anybody. I absolutely deny that it relates to this particular kind of community. It deals with the diversity of our country, which has got millions of different cultures, traditions. So it has to be maintained this way, sir. I request through you, kindly withdraw the bill, honorable member. Thank you.
इमरान प्रतापगढ़ी।
आदरणीय सभापति महोदय, मैं इस उच्च सदन में खड़ा होकर के आपसे ये अनुरोध करूंगा कि देश में जिस तरह का माहौल बनाया गया है, बना हुआ है, ऐसे वक्त में इस तरह का एक और बिल ला करके उस खाई को और बढ़ाने की कोशिश करना, ये कहीं से भी न तो प्रासंगिक है और न तो जरूरी है। 2018 में लॉ कमीशन की रिपोर्ट है जिसमें जस्टिस बीएस चौहान साहब का सीधे सीधे कहना है कि इस तरह के किसी कानून की न कोई आवश्यकता है अभी, न कोई जरूरत है। ऐसे में मैं यहां खड़ा होकर के आपके माध्यम से यह कहना चाह रहा हूं कि इस सदन की जो जिम्मेदारी है, इस सदन में बैठा हुआ हर एक सदस्य किसी भी पार्टी का हो, सत्ता पक्ष का हो, विपक्ष का हो, वो देश के लिए एक नए विचार प्रस्तुत करे, नई बात लाए, नया माहौल बनाने की कोशिश करे, ना कि ऐसी चीजें इंट्रोड्यूस करे जिससे समुदायों में, धर्मों में आपस में कहीं ना कहीं दुराव पैदा हो। तो मैं आपसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि इस बिल की कोई प्रासंगिकता नहीं है। कृपया इस बिल को आप खुद एक्सेप्ट ना करें और सदस्य महोदय से भी अनुरोध है कि इस तरह का कोई बिल ला करके उस पे बहस की जरूरत मुझे नहीं लगता कि इस सदन में है। तो मेरी आपसे गुजारिश है कि इस बिल को किसी भी तरह से एक्सेप्ट ना किया जाए।
Honorable members, we did have some tempers. I am happy that my thought process, which emanates from your wisdom, could find some reflection. Everyone has had say, and that is the beauty and essence of structured debate. And we learn this from Constituent Assembly, that it is the structured debate through discussion and dialogue that in a serious theater like this upper house, we give message to the entire country. The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against, but those against, 1 second. One second. Mr. Vaiko, you are such a senior distinguished person. Very few people can have that kind of credential. You have traversed decades. When I was about to give floor to you, you did not allow me to give the floor. And we took 5 minutes. When I was about to seek your response, you didn't give me that opportunity. I will go by procedure. Trust me. If at all I have to lean, I will lean constitutionally towards this side. And therefore, why be in agitated mode? We have to mentally, persuasively, strongly give voice to our thought process. I have simply said, please, those in favor will please say aye. They have given. Now I say those against will please say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The bill is introduced. Honorable member, you have every right to seek division. We'll take steps. Lobbies be cleared. इसको underline करो. ये भी करो. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, please observe decorum. As they say, no cross talk. I give you the indulgence. Cross talk only through the chair. Am I right, Professor? But take your seat. Time 3.5 minutes. He doesn't know the process. Okay. Okay. Secretary General will now explain the voting procedure.
Honorable members, as you are aware that special seating arrangements were made during the pandemic days And now, after resumption of normal seating arrangements, specific seats, division numbers could still not be assigned to all the members. Therefore, it is not possible to conduct voting through the automatic vote recording system. Voting will therefore be done through the division slips. Members are requested to legibly write their names, date, and in place of the division number, their identity card number on the division slips, if they remember. The division slips will be distributed to the honorable members by the division clerks.
The question is, I shall now put the motion that leave be granted to introduce the bill to vote. Those in favor, please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think ayes have it. Ayes have it. Ayes have it. Honorable members, division. Secretary General.
Honorable members, division clerks will now distribute the division slips. Members may record their option on the division slips and ensure that they have put their signature and written their names and IC numbers legibly before handing over the slips to the division clerks.
ये भी इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं क्या? फिर इसके बाद क्या होता है? The bill is introduced. Honorable members, result of the division. On the motion for introduction of the bill, the Uniform Civil Code in India Bill 2020, ayes 63, noes 23, abstain nil. The motion is adopted. Shri Kirodi Lal Meena ji, please introduce the bill.
Please introduce the bill. I introduce the bill.
Let the lobbies be opened. The Waqf Repeal Bill 2022, Shri Harnath Singh Yadav. Next. The Representation of the People Amendment Bill 2022, Shri Irana Kadadi. Absent. Not introducing. Irana Kadadi ji, then say so.
आज नहीं करते सर.
Not moving it.
Not
Not moving it.
ये हो गया ना. Sri Irana Karadi to move for leave to introduce the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022.
नहीं करे सर.
Not moving.
आज नहीं करे सर.
Thank you. The Antarashtriya Kannada Vishwavidyalaya Bill 2022, Sri Irana Karadi to move for leave to introduce the Antarashtriya Kannada Vishwavidyalaya Bill 2022.
हाँ एक कर दीजिए सर.
The question is that we have moved the.
हाँ move.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Irana Karadi, please read. I introduce the bill.
Yes sir. I introduce the bill sir.
Thank you. The Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Combat Prevention and Punishment Bill 2022. Professor Manoj Kumar Jha to move for leave to introduce the Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Combat Prevention and Punishment Bill 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. With your kind permission, I seek to move for leave to introduce a bill to empower the state governments and the central government to take measures to provide for the prevention and control of hate crimes and hate speech in terms of the Constitution and international human rights instruments concerning religion, race, caste or community, sex, gender, identity, sexual orientation, places of birth, residence, language, disability, or tribe and related intolerance in accordance with constitutional and international law obligations defined for the offense of hate crime and the offense of hate speech and the punishment of persons who commit those offenses and rehabilitation of victims of those offenses, to provide for the reporting on the implementation, application and administration of this act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Professor Manoj Kumar Jha.
With your permission, I introduce the bill.
बाद में पहले इंट्रोड्यूस कर लेने दी, आपको मैं मौका देता हूं, प्लीज. The Parliament Productivity Enhancement Bill 2022, Professor Manoj Kumar Jha to move for leave to introduce the Parliament Productivity Enhancement Bill 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. With your permission, I seek to move for leave to introduce a bill to provide for framework for enhancing the performance of the Parliament by fixing minimum number of sittings for each House of the Parliament, extending the hours of a sitting, introduction of a short session of Parliament, in addition to the existing practice of 3 sessions, institution of a mechanism to separately discuss opposition business, compensation for the hours unutilized due to disruption, and for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto. Thank you, sir.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Professor Manoj Kumar Jha.
I introduce the bill with your permission, sir.
The Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, Amendment of Articles 16, 124 and 216. Professor Manoj Kumar Jha to move for leave to introduce the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir. With your permission, I seek to move for leave to introduce a bill further to amend the Constitution of India with amendment of Article 16, 124 and 216. Thank you, sir.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Professor Manoj Kumar Jha.
Thank you, sir. I introduce the bill.
Thank you. The Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, Amendment of Articles 102, 155, 156, etc. Sri P. Wilson to move for leave to introduce the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. I seek leave to move to introduce a bill to amend Article 102, 155, 156, 157, 191 of Constitution of India by fixing qualification, disqualification for appointment of the governor, and also with the concurrence of Chief Minister of the state. The governors sit over the bills and block with the will of the people. They run a parallel government. Hence, I am moving this bill.
Governors get promoted, you're saying you're moving the bill.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. No. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Sir, with your permission, I move the bill, sir.
So the bill,
With your permission, I move the bill, sir.
you introduce the bill?
With your permission, I introduce the bill, sir. Thank you.
The Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, Amendment of Articles 124 and 220, Dr. V. Sivadasan to move for leave to introduce the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022. Please move.
Respected Chair, here I move for leave to introduce a bill further to amend the Constitution of India, Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, Amendment of Article 124 and 2020.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Dr. V. Sivadasan.
So with your kind permission, I also introduce the bill.
Thank you. The Prevention of Money Laundering Amendment Bill 2022. Please, ma'am.
जा रहे हैं उनके बारे में ही था मेरा
ये बिल इंट्रोड्यूस कर लेने दे फिर मैं आपको मौका देता हूं तो मैं आपको मौका देता हूं घनश्याम तिवारी जी ये इंट्रोड्यूस कर ले The Prevention of Money Laundering Amendment Bill 2022, Dr. V. Sivadasan to move for leave to introduce the Prevention of Money Laundering Amendment Bill 2022.
Respected Chair, to move for leave to introduce a bill further to amend the Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2022, the Prevention of Money Laundering Amendment Bill 2022. Thank you, sir.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Dr. V. Sivadasan.
With your kind permission, I also introduce the bill.
The Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, insertion of new articles 21B. Dr. V. Sivadasan to move for leave to introduce the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022.
Respected Chair, I to move for leave to introduce a bill further to amend the Constitution of India, the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Dr. V. Sivadasan.
Permission, I also introduce the bill.
The Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, Amendment of Article 16, Sri Javed Ali Khan to move for leave to introduce the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022.
माननीय उपसभापति जी, मैं अन्य पिछड़े वर्गों को उनकी आबादी के अनुपात में सरकारी नौकरियों में आरक्षण दिए जाने के उद्देश्य से भारत के संविधान की धारा अनुच्छेद 16 में और संशोधन किए जाने के लिए विधेयक को पुरस्कृत करने की अनुमति चाहता हूं।
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Javed Ali Khan.
आपकी अनुमति से मैं विधेयक को पुरस्कृत करता हूं।
The Prevention of Insult to the Father of the Nation and Other Icons of Freedom Movement Bill 2022, Sri Javed Ali Khan to move for leave to introduce the Prevention of Insult to the Father of the Nation and Other Icons of Freedom Movement Bill 2022.
माननीय उपसभापति जी, मैं राष्ट्रपिता और स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन के अन्य प्रतीकों के प्रति अपमान अथवा राष्ट्रपिता के हत्यारों के प्रति सम्मान प्रदर्शित किए जाने का निवारण करने के लिए विधेयक को पुरस्कृत करने की अनुमति चाहता हूं।
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Javed Ali Khan.
आपकी अनुमति से मैं विधेयक को पुरस्कृत करता हूं।
The Official Languages Bill 2022, Sri Trichu Siva to move for leave to introduce the Official Language Bill 2022.
Sir, I move for leave to introduce a bill to provide that all regional languages shall be used for all official purposes of the Union and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Trichu Siva.
Sir, I introduce the bill. Thank
The Right to Digital Literacy Bill 2022, Sri Derek O'Brien to move for leave to introduce the Right to Digital Literacy Bill 2022.
Thank you, sir. I move for leave to introduce the Right to Digital Literacy Bill 2022. This calls for the adoption of a digital literacy curriculum in all educational institutions across the country. So we produce responsible and young citizens who can safely participate in the digital system. So whether it's digital hygiene, misinformation, online financial fraud, sextortion, all this, to keep these young people educated, safe and happy.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Derek O'Brien.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
The Indian Penal Code Amendment Bill 2022, Sri Derek O'Brien to move for leave to introduce the Indian Penal Code Amendment Bill 2022.
Thank you, sir. And good to see you in the chair. Last 3-4 days, we are not seeing you because you're not having to. But we want to see you. We want to see you a little more, sir. You know, we want to see you more. But now you're having less work to do. Less work, but full pace. So it's good, sir. Okay, sir, sorry. Just light. Sir, this bill I'm introducing seeks to criminalize marital rape. The bill reflects the realities of sexual abuse today, women against women, sir, and it removes the exception of marital rape from the definition of rape, because the exception of marital rape is actually antithetical to right to life, right to personal liberty as per Article 21 of our Constitution. So this bill seeks to ensure women, every woman, a dignified life, safe living conditions, and a woman's own rights to her reproductive choices and privacy. That's it, sir.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Derek O'Brien.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
The Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Amendment Bill 2022, Sri Derek O'Brien to move for leave to introduce the Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Amendment Bill 2022.
Sir, I move for leave to introduce the Right to Children Free and Compulsory Education Amendment Bill 2022 that makes it compulsory for government schools to comply with physical infrastructure and those prescribed in the Principal Act, and also introduce learning outcomes. So the key is we must introduce learning outcomes so we can actually ensure quality education. That's the theme of this bill, sir.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Derek O'Brien.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
The Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Amendment Bill 2022, Dr. John Brittas to move for leave to introduce the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Amendment Bill 2022.
So thank you, sir. I move for leave to introduce a bill further to amend Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme to ensure increase of number of days and also revision of the wages.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Dr. John Brittas.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
Thank you. The Motor Vehicles Amendment Bill 2022, Dr. John Brittas to move for leave to introduce the Motor Vehicles Amendment Bill 2022.
Sir, I move for leave to introduce a bill further to amend the Motor Vehicles Act 1988 to ensure reasonable time to file claims.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. Please आवाज दे आप कम से कम इस पे आप आई और नो का. The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Dr. John Brittas.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
The Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, Amendment of Article 324, Dr. John Brittas to move for leave to introduce the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022.
Sir, I move for leave to introduce a bill further to amend the Constitution of India that is to ensure transparency, neutrality and fairness in the appointment of the Chief Election Commissioner and other election commissioners, and for safeguarding the autonomy and independence of the Election Commission, and for protection of conditions of services of the election commissioners, and for setting up an independent permanent secretariat staff for the Election Commission.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Dr. John Brittas.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
The Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, Amendment of 8th Schedule. Sri Santosh Kumar P. to move for leave to introduce the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022.
Sir, I move for leave to introduce a bill further to amend the Constitution of India to include Tulu in the 8th schedule of the Constitution.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye.
Aye.
Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Santosh Kumar P.
Thank you, sir. I introduce the bill.
Thank you. The National Commission for Controlling Medical Inflation Bill 2022, Sri Santosh Kumar P. to move for leave to introduce the National Commission for Controlling Medical Inflation Bill 2022.
Sir, I move for leave to introduce a bill to provide for the establishment of a National Commission for Controlling Medical Inflation in order to monitor, regulate, and standardize the rising costs of medicines, medical diagnostic tests, and pathological examinations, and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. The National Commission for Controlling Medical Inflation Bill 2022, sir.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Santosh Kumar P.
I introduce the bill. Thank you, sir.
The Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, Amendment of Articles 124, 127, 128, 222, etc. Substitution of Articles 124A, 124B, and 124C. Sri Vikas Ranjan Bhattacharya to move for leave to introduce the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022.
Sir, I seek your kind leave to move a bill for further amendment of the Constitution relating to the appointment of the judges of the High Court and the Supreme Court.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Vikas Ranjan Bhattacharya to introduce the bill.
Sir, I seek your permission to introduce the bill.
The National Judicial Commission Bill 2022, Sri Vikas Ranjan Bhattacharya to move for leave to introduce the Constitution Judicial Bill 2022.
Sir, I seek your kind leave to move a bill to regulate the procedure for appointment of the judges of the Honorable High Court and Supreme Court by constituting a National Judicial Commission so that the appointments could be made by the Commission.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Vikas Ranjan Bhattacharya.
Sir, I seek your kind leave to introduce the bill.
आप कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं इस बिल पे? हाँ, please.
After introduction allowed.
Introduction you have done. Please.
सर मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि एनजेएसी का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो लगभग 3 बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट के विचाराधीन आया। पहली बार 1993 में, दूसरी बार जब वाजपेयी साहब की गवर्नमेंट थी 1998 में एक एडवाइजरी ली गई, और थर्ड टाइम अभी जब 2016 में एनजेएसी का लैंडमार्क जजमेंट सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दिया। तीनों बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इंडिपेंडेंस ऑफ जुडिशरी को ऊपर करते हुए, उसको तवज्जो देते हुए एनजेएसी का जो फ्रेमवर्क है उसे खारिज कर दिया। इस बिल के माध्यम से मैं इस बिल को अपोज करने के लिए, एनजेएसी जो मेरे ऑनरेबल कॉलीग ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया है उसे अपोज करने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूं। सर, वी आर अटेम्प्टिंग टू डू अ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इम्पॉसिबिलिटी। आई थिंक एक जजेस का सिस्टम, अपॉइंटमेंट का कोलिजियम सिस्टम बेहतरीन चल रहा है, उसके अंदर कोई स्कोप फॉर इम्प्रूवमेंट हो सकता है, वो जुडिशरी से बात करके, संवाद करके किया जा सकता है। लेकिन मेरा बस अनुरोध है, और मैं समाप्त कर रहा हूं सर, मैं अपने ऑनरेबल मेंबर को यह कहना चाहूंगा, हमें ऐसी कोई भी हैंडल केंद्र सरकार को नहीं देना चाहिए जिसमें वो जुडिशियल अकाउंटेबिलिटी में और जजेस की नियुक्ति में घुसें। ये सीबीआई डायरेक्टर, ईडी डायरेक्टर की जैसे अपॉइंटमेंट होती है, ये जुडिशियल अपॉइंटमेंट्स में भी घुसना चाहते हैं। मैं बस इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं।
राघव जी, you have put your point. No.
सर,
you have put your point. Not going on record now. No. You have already put.
मैं एक बस आखिरी सेंटेंस सर, एग्जिस्टिंग
No.
अभी भी
Now
सरकार
I'm
के
moving to
पास
other. The Constitution not going on record. Please. The Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, amendment of articles not going on record, Mr. Raghav Chadha, not going on record. You know the well-established procedure. The House will debate and decide. The chair cannot. You have already put your point. Please. The Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, amendment of Articles 270, 271, 280, and insertion of Article 342B. Sri V. Vijay Sai Reddy to move for leave to introduce the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022.
Sir, I move for leave to introduce the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, which seeks, point number 1, amend the articles 270, 271 and 280 to make the central government's revenue from cess and surcharge shareable with the state governments. And number 2, to insert Article 342B to allow for enumeration of socially and economically backward classes or BCs, and to provide reservation to them in proportion to their population, which will also ensure welfare and upliftment of BCs in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri V. Vijay Sai Reddy.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
Thank you. Very nice. The prevention and provision of witch branding and hunting and other harmful practices Bill 2022. Sri Sujit Kumar to move for leave to introduce the prevention and provision of witch branding and hunting and other harmful practices Bill 2022.
Sir, I move for leave to introduce a bill to provide for effective measures to prevent, prohibit and protect persons, especially women, from witch branding and witch hunting, to eliminate their torture, oppression, humiliation, killing, sexual assault, discrimination, stigmatization, and to provide for punishment for such offences. And also, sir, for relief and rehabilitation of victims of such offences and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Sujit Kumar ji.
Sir, I introduce your bill.
Thank you.
Introduce the bill.
The Code of Criminal Procedure Amendment Bill 2022, Sri Sujit Kumar to move for leave to introduce the Code of Criminal Procedure Amendment Bill 2022.
Kind permission, I move for leave to introduce a bill to further amend the Code of Criminal Procedure, CRPC, 1973, to redefine the procedural framework with regards to bail provision and to mitigate the practice of indiscriminate arrest, which defeats the purpose of the concept of bail, not jail, as has been articulated by the Supreme Court in numerous judgments.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Sujit Kumar.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
The Net Zero Emissions Bill 2022. Sri Sujit Kumar to move for leave to introduce the Net Zero Emissions Bill 2022.
Sir, with your kind permission, I move for leave to introduce a bill to provide a framework for achieving net zero emissions by the year 2070, as per India's nationally determined contributions under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and to provide relief for vulnerable persons and communities from drastic climate events in the form of maintaining a vulnerable population registry at the state and district levels, and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Sujit Kumar.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
The Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, Amendment of Articles 84 and 173. Sri Jayant Chaudhary to move for leave to introduce the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022.
Sir, I seek your permission to move for leave to introduce a bill further to amend the Constitution of India to reduce the age of candidacy for our Legislative Assembly and Legislative Councils to 21 years from 25 years currently.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Sri Jayant Chaudhary.
I introduce the bill.
Thank you. Sarva Dharm Temple Bill 2022, Srimati Santa Chetri to move for leave to introduce the Sarva Dharm Temple 2022.
Thank you, sir. I move for leave to introduce a bill to provide for erection and management of a temple of all religions under one roof to perpetuate the ideals of the Constitution of India, which establishes India as a secular state, and for the purpose of creating awareness, tolerance towards, and honor, respect, preservation, growth, and spread of spiritual knowledge of all religions, and for the matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Thank you, sir.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Srimati Santa Chetri.
Sir, with your kind permission, I introduce the bill.
Thank you. The Ma Mamta Orphans Welfare Scheme Bill 2022, Srimati Santa Chetri to move for leave to introduce the Ma Mamta Orphans Welfare Scheme Bill 2022.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I move for leave to introduce a bill to provide for social security to orphan children, to ensure proper upbringing of the orphan child, to ensure a bright future for the child, and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Thank you, sir.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Srimati Santa Chetri.
Sir, with your kind permission, I introduce the bill.
The Gorkha Sculptures Artists and Artisans of Darjeeling Hill Welfare Bill 2022, Srimati Santa Chetri to move for leave to introduce the Gorkha Sculptures Artists and Artisans of Darjeeling Bill Welfare Bill 2022. Darjeeling Hills Welfare Bill 2022.
Thank you, sir. I move for leave to introduce a bill to provide for welfare of traditional sculptures, artists and artisans of Darjeeling Hills area belonging to the Gorkha community, and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Thank you, sir.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Srimati Santa Chetri.
Sir, with your kind permission, I introduce the bill. Thank you.
The prevention and eradication of human sacrifice and other superstitions practice bill 2022. Sri Vinay Vishwam to move for leave to introduce the prevention and eradication of human sacrifice and other superstitions practices bill 2022. Not present. The Guaranteed Delivery of Public Services and Accountability Bill 2022, Dr. Fauzia Khan to move for leave to introduce the Guaranteed Delivery of Public Services and Accountability Bill 2022.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, I seek your permission for leave to introduce a bill to guarantee the delivery of services within specified time limits to all citizens. The publication of the Citizens' Charter and other disclosures by all public authorities, the establishment of digital portals and facilitation centers for service delivery, and the processing and monitoring of grievances related thereto, to provide for the establishment of grievance redressal authority, to ensure accountability and prompt remedy for denial of services, and the establishment of a national grievance redressal commission to hear appeals and prescribe social audit standards for all public authorities and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
The question is that leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor will please say aye. Those against will please say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Dr. Fauzia Khan.
Sir, with your permission, I introduce the bill.
Thank you. The Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, amendment of 8th schedule, Sri Rajiv Shukla to move for leave to introduce the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022. Sri Rajiv Shukla, present. जिस बिल पर बहस हो रही थी उस बहस को आगे बढ़ाने के पहले माननीय घनश्याम तिवारी जी ने कुछ सवाल उठाया था। किस रूल के तहत आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
मैं माननीय सभापति महोदय, आप तो सब परंपराओं के ज्ञाता हैं।
नहीं, किस रूल के तहत क्या कहना?
इंट्रोडक्शन की स्टेज पर जो आज विरोध हुआ उसके बारे में मैं कुछ बातें जो लोकसभा के
उसी वक्त आप कह सकते थे, अब इस बिल के बारे में कुछ कहना हो
उसी वक्त कहना चाहता था, लेकिन मुझे उस वक्त भी कहा कि आप बाद में कहना, इसलिए बाद में मेरी सुन लीजिए
आप बताइए पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर किस
मैंने नहीं तो माननीय सभा बोल रहा हूँ माननीय सभापति महोदय
प्लीज मिस्टर अग्रवाल आप ना कहें, अगर पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर होगा तो उनको बताना पड़ेगा किस रूल के तहत है। मैं उनको कह रहा हूँ
मेरी बात सुनने दीजिए उनको।
प्लीज
माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि लोकसभा, राज्यसभा और बहुत सी विधानसभा, मैं भी 35 साल से विधानसभा का मेंबर रहा, ये माननीय अध्यक्षों की और सबकी एक वो निर्देश रहे हैं कि इंट्रोडक्शन की स्टेज पर आम तौर पर विरोध नहीं करते हैं। 3 स्टेज होती है बिल की, तीनों स्टेजों में इंट्रोडक्शन की स्टेज पर और फिर पारण की स्टेज पर और विचार की स्टेज पर, विचार की स्टेज पर और पारण की स्टेज पर विरोध करते हैं, लेकिन इंट्रोडक्शन की स्टेज पर विरोध नहीं करते हैं। यह माननीय अध्यक्षों की भी परंपरा रही है। लेकिन आज इंट्रोडक्शन के स्टेज पर डॉक्टर किरोड़लाल जी मीणा ने जो बिल पेश किया उसका इंट्रोडक्शन की स्टेज पर विरोध हुआ। अगर ये परंपरा कायम रही तो प्रतिपक्ष के तो कोई भी सदस्य प्राइवेट मेंबर के रूप में अपना बिल पेश नहीं कर पाएंगे।
वह बिल इंट्रोड्यूस हो चुका है,
विरोध करेगा।
माननीय घनश्याम तिवारी जी, वह बिल इंट्रोड्यूस हो चुका है, उस पर सदन ने अपनी राय व्यक्त कर दिया। उस चीज को फिर चर्चा नहीं, उस पर आप बहस करेंगे, उस पर राय आएगी।
आमतौर पर रूलिंग तो दीजिए साहब।
माननीय सदस्यगण, 22 जुलाई को हम द राइट टू हेल्थ बिल 21 पर डिस्कस कर रहे थे, जो माननीय मनोज झा जी ने पेश किया है, और उन्होंने अपना कंक्लूडिंग स्पीच भी दे दिया था। कंक्लूडिंग स्पीच नहीं हुआ था, प्लीज। तो आप प्लीज नहीं, तो जहां साहब आप अपना कंक्लूडिंग स्पीच दें, उसके बाद फिर फर्दर हम आगे प्रोसेस।
धन्यवाद उपसभापति महोदय। मेरे मेरे एकदम कितना मिनट बता दीजिए, मैं उतना ही बोलूंगा।
नहीं, कृपया कृपया जहां साहब आपस में बात करने के बजाय चेयर की तरफ से बात करें प्लीज।
सॉरी सर, सर माफी चाहता हूँ, माफी चाहता हूँ, माफी चाहता हूँ। मेरी मंशा कतई नहीं थी कि मैं चेयर के बिलग जा करके अपने साथियों से बात करूं। लेकिन मैं सबसे पहले तो सर आपके माध्यम से सदन का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। तकरीबन तीसरा दिन है आज, इस पर बहुत लंबी बहस हुई, काफी सार्थक बातचीत हुई। सदन में कोई भी ऐसा सदस्य नहीं था जिसको इस बिल की भावना से कोई विरोध हो। ऐसा संसदीय लोकतंत्र में कम अवसर ऐसे होते हैं जब विरोध की गुंजाइश बिल्कुल नहीं होती है, बल्कि सभी साथी किसी न किसी प्रकार से उन्होंने इस विषय पर इसके विस्तारीकरण की बात की, इसके अंदर कुछ ऐसे बिंदु मुझे बताए जो मुझे और समाहरित करने चाहिए थे जब मैंने बिल बनाया था। तो जाहिर तौर पर मैं सबसे पहले आपके माध्यम से सारे सदस्यों को धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूं। सर, जिस शिद्दत से आज हमारे भाजपा के साथी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को लेकर के जो कि बिल इंट्रोड्यूस हो चुका है, मैं चाहूंगा कि उसी शिद्दत से आप इस बिल के बारे में भी वही नजरिया रखें, क्योंकि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड पर हमारा आपका विरोध था, विरोध है और विरोध रहेगा। लेकिन राइट टू हेल्थ पर हम में से किसी ने भी, जिसने हाल के 1 वर्ष पूर्व जब हमने कोविड की विभीषिका देखी, हमने ऑक्सीजन के लिए हाहाकार देखा, हॉस्पिटल बेड के लिए हाहाकार देखा, इसी सदन में चर्चा हुई और सारे सदस्यों ने अपनी कलेक्टिव हेल्पलेसनेस को कई दफा महसूस किया। ईश्वर न करे वो क्षण इस देश को फिर देखना पड़े, ईश्वर न करे उस तरह की हाहाकार की परिस्थितियां पुनः पैदा हो इस देश में। लेकिन उसके लिए क्या आवश्यक है? मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं माननीय मंत्री जी, वो मुझसे कह के गए उन्हें कहीं जाना था। हमारी एमओएस बैठी हुई है, संजीदगी से भरे हुए लोग, लेकिन चिंता ये सामूहिक होनी चाहिए। सर, मैं क्यों कह रहा हूं, हमारे कई बीजेपी के भी सदस्य और अलग अलग दलों के सदस्य ने आंगनवाड़ी और आशा कर्मियों की बात की और कहा कि ये फ्रंटलाइन वर्कर्स के लिए तालियां बजी, फ्रंटलाइन वर्कर्स के लिए अन्य तरह के समारोह हुए। लेकिन सर, वो फ्रंटलाइन वर्कर्स जिंदा इंसान हैं, वो तालियों से उनका पेट नहीं भरेगा, सिर्फ उनकी वाहवाही होगी, उससे उनके घर की चिंताएं खत्म नहीं होंगी। आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर, आशा वर्कर आपके हेल्थ का पूरा बोझ ढोते हैं अपने कंधों पे। उनके कंधे पर जो बोझ है वो दिनों दिन बढ़ता जा रहा है। सर, दे आर ओवरवर्क्ड एंड अंडरपेड, काम इतना ज्यादा और उसके एवज में उन्हें क्या दे रहे हैं? कोई सोशल सिक्योरिटी नहीं, कितना मानदेय? पीनट्स। ये नजरिया आपको राइट टू हेल्थ के विस्तारीकरण और उस गोल तक पहुंचने में मदद नहीं करेगा। ये मैं आपके लिए नहीं कह रहा हूं, ऐसा नहीं कि राइट टू हेल्थ पर पहली बार, जबकि मैं इस पर रिसर्च कर रहा था सर, बमुश्किल 10-12 मिनट लूंगा, खत्म कर दूंगा। इस पर जब मैं रिसर्च कर रहा था तो संविधान सभा की बैठकों में भी चर्चा हुई, खास करके एक व्यक्ति जिनके बारे में बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं कि उन्होंने पब्लिक हेल्थ सिस्टम के बारे में क्या कहा, मैं बाबा साहब को इस बहस में लाना चाहूंगा। बाबा साहब का नजरिया बिल्कुल साफ था कि पब्लिक हेल्थ सिस्टम, सोशल सिक्योरिटी के बगैर नागरिक का सबलीकरण नहीं हो सकता। और आज हमने उस छोटे से फॉर्मूले को भुला दिया है, उसको वापस लाने की जरूरत है। और मैं समझता हूं माननीय मंत्री जी ने एक बात कही, मैं सहमत हूं कि बजट लगातार बढ़ा रहे हैं। मंत्री महोदय हैं, माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, ये जो आंकड़ा है ना, इस आंकड़े का व्याकरण अद्भुत है। मेरी सैलरी मैं विश्वविद्यालय से लेता हूं, मेरी सैलरी बढ़ी, मान लीजिए इंक्रीमेंट लगता है तो वो बढ़ा 1 साल में। अब उस इंक्रीमेंट को आप इन्फ्लेशन के इंडेक्स में देखिए, आप अगर एलोकेशन का रियल टाइम वैल्यू जज करेंगे ना तो आपको लगेगा कि इट इज टू लिटिल एंड इवन टू लेट। तो आंकड़ों को लेकर के कहेंगे कि यूपीए के दौरान इतना था, हमने इतना बढ़ाया, बाकी इंडाइसेस को सामने रखिए और तब कहिए। और दुनिया के गरीब गरीब मुल्क सर हमसे ज्यादा खर्च कर रहे हैं, हमसे गरीब हैं, लेकिन हेल्थ में उनका एक्सपेंडिचर हमसे ज्यादा है, क्योंकि वो जानते हैं कि जब तक पब्लिक हेल्थ पैरामीटर्स को दुरुस्त नहीं किया जाएगा, आप कितनों रेटोरिकल चीजें कर लें, वो जमीन पर कभी भी नहीं आ पाएंगी। सर, ग्रामीण भारत हमारी चर्चा से अक्सर विलग रह जाता है। मैं माननीय मंत्री साहिबा से आग्रह करूंगा, देखिए अक्सर क्या होता है कि आप जब किसी हॉस्पिटल को विजिट करते हैं तो पहले से जानकारी होती है, किसी क्या कहते हैं पीएचसी को विजिट करते हैं, पहले से जानकारी होती है। हम सुना करते हैं राजा महाराजाओं में, ना मेरा यकीन है और ना मैं चाहता हूं कि उनका उदाहरण दिया जाए, लेकिन सुनते थे किसी हिंदुस्तान में कुछ राजा महाराजा होते थे जो वेश बदल करके जाया करते थे निरीक्षण करने के लिए। वेश बदल करके जाइए, एकदम पूरा का पूरा।
आप बोले, आप इधर चेयर की तरफ देखें प्लीज, आपस में
एक माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, दो उदाहरण छोटा छोटा दूंगा। अटल जी एक दिन, अटल जी बोल रहे थे, कांग्रेस के कुछ सदस्यों ने टोका कि अटल जी इतना लंबा बोल रहे हैं। बोला बिना प्रिपेयर करके आया हूं, प्रिपेयर करता तो छोटा बोलता, बिना प्रिपरेशन के बोल रहा। नहीं, जाहिर है सम्मान है उनके लिए। और मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि मैंने पहले कह दिया था ज्यादा वक्त नहीं लूंगा। मैं जानता हूं आज शुक्रवार है, आप सबको कोई ना कोई एंगेजमेंट तुरंत बाहर होगा और मजबूरी है, पार्टी व्हिप है कि बैठना है। एनीवे, माननीय सभापति महोदय, तो ग्रामीण भारत को लेकर के जो मेरी चिंताएं थी, मैंने कहा एक, मैं अगर राइट टू हेल्थ अगर हमने इंश्योर कर लिया, मुझे याद है जब आरटीई की बात हो रही थी तब भी बहुत लोगों की आपत्तियां थी कि इससे क्या होगा, इससे क्या बदलाव आएगा। जब आप किसी चीज को इस तरह से लेजिस्लेटिव फ्रेमवर्क देते हैं तो उससे क्या होता है ना कि अन्याय जो लोगों के साथ दर बदर होता है अलग अलग स्तर पर। और मैं एक छोटा उदाहरण दूंगा, ये ऑक्सफैम की इंडिया डिस्क्रिमिनेशन रिपोर्ट, मैं इसको पढ़ना नहीं चाहता सर, मैंने मार्क किया था इसमें कि कई राज्यों में स्थिति है कि इन पेशेंट केयर में किस तरह का डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होता है, खास करके अगर आप अनुसूचित जाति, जनजाति, अत्यंत पिछड़े वर्गों से आते हैं या आमतौर पे आप गरीब हैं। अगर मैं वर्गीय श्रृंखला की बात करूं, ये विस्तार में ये रिपोर्ट बताता है। मैं माननीय मंत्री जी को ये रिपोर्ट भेज दूंगा ताकि आपके माध्यम से इस पर नजर पड़े तो इस पर कुछ चर्चा हो कि आखिर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन के कितने लेयर्स हैं और कैसे हम इम्यून होते जा रहे हैं। एक और चीज सर कह करके, व्हाट आई वांटेड टू एक्चुअली से सर, जब मैंने कहा लेजिस्लेटिवली गारंटीड राइट विल मेक एक्सेस टू हेल्थ लीगली बाइंडिंग एंड एंश्योर अकाउंटेबिलिटी। दवाई की बढ़ती कीमतों के बारे में मैंने पहले भी कहा था, दोबारा कह रहा हूं, मेंटल हेल्थ, मानसिक रोग को लेकर के बहस में भी कम चर्चा हुई थी। मेरा उद्देश्य था कि इस पर व्यापक चर्चा हो, क्योंकि कोविड पेंडेमिक के बाद मेंटल हेल्थ के केसेस में बाढ़ सी आई है और उस बाढ़ की वजह से सर एक बड़ी आबादी है जो अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकती है। इंश्योरेंस कंपनियां हैं, उनसे आप कभी बात करके देखिए, रैंडम चेक करवाइए, कई सारे जो मेंटल हेल्थ एलिमेंट हैं उनको वो क्लेम में आने ही नहीं देते हैं। ये सारी चीजें मैं समझता हूं कि अगर हम इस पर चर्चा करें। फ्रंटलाइन वर्कर्स के बारे में मैंने आपसे कह दिया, सिर्फ इतना कहूंगा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी अप्रैल 2022 में पेमेंट ऑफ ग्रेच्युटी एक्ट को कहा था एप्लीकेबल करो आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर्स में। ये मैं माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के माध्यम से कह रहा हूं। और एक आखिरी टिप्पणी करके खत्म करूंगा, ये जो लाभार्थी है, ये लाभार्थी शब्द बहुत प्रचलित हो गया। आवर पीपल आर नॉट आवर बेनिफिशियरीज, they are the citizens of this country, part of the paradigm which is called welfare state। और welfare state में ये लाभार्थी की संज्ञा कि ये लाभार्थी, कोई लाभार्थी नहीं है सर। मैंने बार बार कहा इसी सदन में, बड़े कोई भी पार्टी, आजकल तो कंपटीशन चल पड़ा है, मुफ्त मुफ्त मुफ्त, अरे मुफ्त कुछ नहीं है, उसका टैक्स है। किसी भी फॉर्म में हो, आप उसके टैक्स का एक मिनिमम रिलीफ दे रहे हैं, इसको मुफ्त मत कहिए। और ये बेनिफिशियरी के नजरिए से मत देखिए, राइट के नजरिए से देखिए, अधिकार के नजरिए से देखिए। एक हास्य के लिए एक छोटी चीज सुना करके खत्म कर दूंगा। हास्य के लिए, विंस्टन चर्चिल रूजवेल्ट के यहां जाते थे, प्रेसिडेंट थे रूजवेल्ट, व्हील चेयर पे चलते थे। और चर्चिल अपने विट के लिए फेमस थे, हालांकि उनकी पॉलिटिक्स से हम लोग इत्तेफाक नहीं रखते हैं, कभी नहीं रखेंगे। तो चर्चिल साहब को व्हाइट हाउस में ही कमरा मिला करता था, तो वह नहा रहे थे और उनकी नहाने की आदत थी कि नग्नावस्था में नहाते थे। तो रूजवेल्ट पहुंच गए, रूजवेल्ट ने पूछा, जैसे ही व्हील चेयर वहां ले गए तो बका के रूजवेल्ट अपनी व्हील चेयर को मोड़ा। अब चर्चिल देखिए कैसे संभालते हैं, वो कहते हैं, लुक मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ यूके हैज नथिंग टू हाइड फ्रॉम यू। मैंने इसलिए कहा थोड़ा हल्के माहौल के लिए, मैं इच्छा बड़ी थी कि मैं डिवीजन ले लूं, इस पर मत विभाजन की मांग करूं, क्योंकि यह बिल हम सबके मन का है। लेकिन मंत्री महोदया मुझे देख रही हैं टुकुर टुकुर, और बाकी लोग भी, तो मैं मत विभाजन की अपने टेम्पटेशन को कर्व करता हूं इस अपील के साथ कि सर आज नहीं तो कल ये बिल आएगा, आज नहीं तो कल ये होना है। आप तो दूसरों की भी चीजों का श्रेय लेते हैं, ये करके अपना श्रेय खुद ले लीजिए। अगर आप ये कर बैठे तो एक बहुत बड़ा एहसान होगा इस देश पर, इस देश के नागरिकों पर, और शायद एक आगे जब हम बात करेंगे ना, तो हेल्थ को लाभार्थी के नजरिए से नहीं, अधिकार के नजरिए से बात करेंगे। हमारे आशा कर्मी प्रोटेक्टेड होंगे, आंगनवाड़ी कर्मी प्रोटेक्टेड होंगे, डॉक्टर पेशेंट रेशियो बेहतर होगा, पीएचसी लैक लस्टर नहीं होगी, सरकारी अस्पताल में कुत्ते नहीं सो रहे होंगे बेड्स पे, ये शायद बेहतर परिस्थितियां होंगी। थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू टू ऑल माय फ्रेंड्स फॉर ग्रेट पार्टिसिपेशन। जय हिंद, लेट्स कीप टॉकिंग लाइक दैट।
धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर मनोज कुमार झा जी। So you are withdrawing the bill, Professor Manoj Kumar Jha. You are not putting for the vote. You are withdrawing the bill.
नहीं, देखिए, मैं एक इसमें सर करार करवाना चाहता हूं। आप यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड वापस ले लीजिए बिल को। नहीं, that was in a lighter note. I must say, I have spoken, my friends have spoken, Honorable Minister has spoken, and we have a general consensus. We'll take steps, but my only request is, let it not be baby steps. Let it to be a huge step at one point of time, and do it soon, and I withdraw the bill from voting.
Has he leave of house to withdraw the bill? The bill is withdrawn. इस बिल पर 15 लोग बोल चुके हैं और लगभग 4.5 घंटे से अधिक बहस हुई। धन्यवाद। Now we move to next bill. The Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, Amendment of Article 153 and Substitution of Article 155 and 156. Dr. V. Shivadasan to move for a motion of consideration of Constitution Amendment Bill 2022. प्लीज
सर।
यस, आप बोलें दो सर। इस पे कुछ बोलना चाहते हो बोलें, मोशन मूव करने के पहले।
मोशन मूव करना है। I move the motion.
You move the bill.
Yeah, move the bill.
Okay. So motion moved. So now it will be open for discussion. माननीय संजय सिंह।
Sir, I like to speak first. I like to speak on.
तो मैंने आपसे अनुरोध किया था बोलने के लिए।
Because of the confusion, sir. Sorry for that.
Okay. क्योंकि संजय सिंह नहीं है, अगर वो बोलने के लिए खड़े हो गए होते तो मैं मौका नहीं दे पाता। पर आप बोले।
Respected Chair, here I would like to present, I think, very important subject here. If we look at the history, governor is a position which has been there since colonial times. The role of governors is colonial India was suppression and oppression of Indian people. Sir, the governors who were ruling the provinces under Governor General were like kings. They took all the powers to themselves, leaving hardly anything for the elected or nominated members of the council. Sir, even when a little bit of representation was given to Indians, the governors retained their autocratic position. Why, sir? The British colonial rulers thought that we, the Indians, were not capable to stand on our own feet. They thought we are not entitled to guide ourselves, so like a child to be guided by elders, we were considered minors to guided and controlled and taught by the great English man. Sir, this colonial vision was racist and undemocratic. So once T.N. Sheshan was offered the position of a governor, and he refused to take it. And journalists asked why. Then then he had given the answer. So why you are not taking up the position of governor? This is a question from the journalist. And T.N. Sheshan, in humorous way, said, if I become governor, my wife will become governess. Being a governess is a good job, but the governor should not treat the government as child. In fact, our governors are actually acting like our elected ministers are not mature. So they are encroaching on their constitutional boundaries. Governors think that the position still has the power it had in the colonial era. So if Nehru or Ambedkar happen to come to India today and they are first taken to the Rajyasabha, then they think that they have gone to the British India. So because the same colonial mindset is adopted and practiced by many governors in India. Because they have thought that this would be impartial and neutral position which will be used a very dignified manner. Sir, I want to remember a name of a governor here, the governor of Madhya Pradesh, H.P. Padaskar. Then the chief minister was late Kedarnath Kadju, and the prime minister was Nehru. Nehru came to Madhya Pradesh and he criticized the chief minister considering some law and order issues. The governor wrote back to the Nehru. He defended him, the chief minister, and said that the PM is not supposed to criticize the chief minister in such a manner. Sir, but what is happening today? Sir, there were many debates about should the governor be selected, whether he should be elected or nominated. In fact, the first suggestion by Sri B.N. Rao was for election of governor. And the removal of the governor was vested with the state legislature. But this plan was rejected by Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar. Do you know, sir, why? Ambedkar rejected, and he told us, Baba Sahib thought that since the position of governor is so powerless. So then he added that no one will be ready to contest the post of governor. Ambedkar said that the power of governor were only nominal. He has no discretionary powers. That is why I am saying that Ambedkar will be shocked to see is happening in our country today. Sir, so finally, it was decided that the governors will be appointed by the president. And I was expected that the union government will always consult the state before appointing the governor. Jawaharlal Nehru made it clear that the governor should be a person acceptable to the provinces. Sir, Aladi Krishnaiyer expected that a convention will develop whereby the governor will be appointed by consulting states as happens in Australia and Canada. At that time he told us. What did Ambedkar say about governors? He clearly said that governors are to be nominal heads. The first thing in Constitutional Assembly, he told us, the first thing, I quoted, the first thing I would like the House to bear in mind this, the governor under the Constitution has no functions which he can discharge by himself in no functions at all. Even under this article, the governor is bound to accept advice of the cabinet. Therefore, the criticism that has been made that this article somehow enables the governors to interfere or to upset the decision of the cabinet is entirely beside the point and completely mistaken, unquote. But as a euphemism, the doctrine of pleasure was retained in the Constitution. But, sir, this came from the Constitution of India Act 1935. According to Article 164, the Council of Ministers shall hold the power during the pleasure of the governor. In fact, H.N. Kunstru in Constitutional Assembly said that this was an unpleasant reminder of the past. Sir, the doctrine of pleasure is an anachronism. In India, the post of governor and his or her powers, functions are the major issues since independence. Father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, told us on the importance of decentralization and Grama Swaraj. Sir, we have derived our concept of decentralization or autonomy of administration, including the village, by the national movement. Sir, the forefathers of the nation raised the flag of unity in diversity. It is the spirit of the national movement. Sir, unity in diversity is the fundamental spirit of our nation. So, we are thinking the diversity is the strength of us. But the criticism on our nation is there. Criticism on the Constitution of is there. It's the federal, it is in the federal in form, but it is more unitary in this character. Sir, strengthening the federal system is necessary for meeting the aspirations of the people. So, therefore, center-state relations, the arrangements or the power distribution between the union and the states, union government and the state governments is very crucial to maintain the peaceful atmosphere within the relationship. The concentration of powers, functions, and responsibilities have always been crucial and always creating the many kind of problems, sir. Experience proves that legislative, administrative, and financial powers are disproportionately concentrated in the hands of the union government. Sir, but the states having a large number of responsibilities without sufficient financial support or autonomy. Sir, the significant socio-economic and political changes occurring in the post-independence era. So, center-state relationship have also undergone some changes. Sir, the period since 1991, which witnessed a paradigm shift in the economic strategy, form of planned development, and to a market is a planned development to a market-oriented development we are seeing here. It also thrown up new issues and challenges in front of the federal structure. So this great impact on the functioning of democracy as well as the well-being of the people. So a thorough restructuring of center-state relationship is very necessary in this current period. It should be in order to correct existing imbalance of the power distribution within the state and center. That will empower the states. If states empowered, automatically the peoples will get the benefit. If genuine autonomy is there, then the states will achieve new goals and state will be able to create new space of developments. Sir, I'm sure the discussion on this bill will make more spaces on the necessity of the post of governor. That I am sure. The discussion and debate on the post of governor and the work and the administrative powers, everything is debated everywhere in the legislative assemblies. So, and it will create the initiative for the discussion on center-state relationship and among the political parties and organizations. So, we all know the state structure in India is federal in name, but most of the powers and resources are concentrated in the hands of the union government. So the anti-democratic provisions of Article 356 of the Constitution is one of the examples here. To dismiss elected state governments and dissolve the elected state assemblies, it is a threat to the federal and democratic sector of our country. It is a major instrument for subverting the federal system and the autonomy of the states. The states enjoy little power. It makes them dependent on the central government. It exercises their development. Therefore, the contradictions between the union government and the states have grown. Sir, the government of West Bengal had adopted a 15-point memorandum in 1977, seeking a relationship of central-state relations. Many other political parties, since their inspection, have also stood for a restructuring of central-state relationship and greater federal autonomy. Sir, the Srinagar Conclave in 1983 brought together parties like DMK, TDP, Akali Dal, Republican Party of India, the Assam Jadi Badi Dal, and JNK National Conference, along with the left parties. There also power distribution, power of the governance was one of the core subjects. In his note at that time, Jyoti Basu said, contrary to what is generally argued, the devolution of economic powers, resources, and decision making instead of weakening the center would actually strengthen the base. The major areas